I think everything is working. Feels welcome on in. How are you? How was the week? It is Friday. We have some news. We have some potential good news. I have some undecided clients. It happens. Um, there are something that have happened. I know that Denny has sent me a link to his uh, website portfolio things. That's a first. That's a first. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, other than that, I don't have much news. I'm so sorry about that. I know that we have things to do. We have things to do. So, for the client that I talked about on Wednesday, there are a lot of like icons that need work, so we can work on that today, which is pretty good. We have 120, 119 so far, and some of them are duplicated, but yeah, that's something that we can work on, which is pretty good. Congrats on the 30 streams. That's almost a month. That's a long time. God damn. God damn 30. Congrats on that. That is impressive. That impressive. Um Metrics wise, because it we haven't done a metrics day in a while. It's Friday, it's review day, so we have a ton of things to do. We have TikTok has been kind of working in a way that is unexpected, where even if I'm getting only 300 views on post, I'm getting roughly 40 to 50 likes per post, which is way more than what used to be the case. Like it used to be at 10, so that's a good thing. I should probably post as well on Instagram and other platforms, but that pisses me off and it needs to be so much more polished that I'm not built for that. I don't like it. Anyways, that is pretty good. That is pretty good. Feels, do you have some news? Or do you not have any news? I'm guessing there is no no news. You think you do? I have noticed something last time. I was about to say that. That's crazy. I was about to say this loaded way faster than usual. I didn't know if it was like cache or something. Um, I don't know if that's true, and I don't know what happened, but my folders have disappeared. And I don't remember if we deleted them. I remember deleting one of them as a test, but not two. And so I don't know what happened. And I don't think that is in the logs. I mean, at least in here, that is not in the logs. That's the thing. Like it does a bit of a glitching thing, and then we are supposed to be able to move things in, which is good. But earlier, like somehow, folder have moved away, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why that's the case, but right now it's here. Maybe it's a thing on a day that refreshes something. I don't know, but yeah. The thing is, they've been there since the beginning. The two folders. I mean, since I created the server itself, there were the folders, and then last Wednesday they just like the second folder disappeared, and it's kind of weird. But yeah, it seems to be fixed for now, which is good. Which is good. Other than that, I don't think there is a lot of thing that I can talk about, showcase, whatever in there. Like it doesn't make a lot of sense. In the potentials from the thing that we have talked about in the past, as in you have polls right there. Um, in the future and the vision that you have of potentially getting things like additional features, additional thing that can happen within a channel, I think that it might be better at that point to, when we have more, to have something here that is like a plus button type of situation instead uh, of just like adding the options next to each other. You would still need the attachment, the gifs, I don't know. That's a debatable point. But this one might probably, good job me, will probably need to evolve in a way that is like closer to this. Um, so something that just boop. Oh, we have other options potential. Um, for anything that is like very much not necessary for the channel, I feel like that would make more sense. But later, for now, you just have polls, in which case it's good enough. It is good enough. The other thing that I talked about before, and this is still broken. We kind of need some padding on the sides of these menus. I think we have padding here. Yeah, we do have padding here. And that's the thing that I don't really understand. As in, when I did this version on my end, on the branch that was like the dev branch, not the initial one, I kind of centralized all of that. That's interesting. I kind of centralized all of that within like the menu and how it looks, and yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. It is the same components. That's the thing that I'm like, I don't understand why specifically on channels it just doesn't want to do anything. But it's fine. It's working. It's not that we care on that. Anyways, details, small details. The rest is good. I'm still unsure. I'm still unsure about the design in its entirety. There is some things about it that just like, I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. I still think that the light mode version is better. That doesn't change. It feels more clean. But yeah, it needs like teeny tiny adjustments here and there to make it more natural. It might just be a color thing, and I know that this is like such a designer thing to say, but it might just be a color thing where we need some sort of a non-transparent transparent element that is as neutral as it can be. And it is kind of the case, but if you look closely again, like that's the same thing. You fixed it, I know. But, and I don't know if you can see that on stream. Maybe you can. Let me just do that. Because that's gonna make sense. There is something to me that gives me the fact that these four things are not the same. Like, they look the same, but they are not exactly the same. And it's a matter of nothing. Like these three are the same. They are 17, 19, 19. And this one, which is the center, is 17, 19, 18, which is a tad more green compared to these ones that are a tad more blue, and it it's such a small nothing, right? From 17, 18, 19 to, or 17, 19, 19 to 17, 19, 18. But it it's there. And I don't know. I don't understand. I don't get why that's happening. I don't understand what makes it happens. I don't know if it's something that is related to previous themes, meaning that the previous one that we were on my server was green, therefore the transition retain a bit of green, and therefore here it would retain a bit of purple, which seems to be like kind of the case, but it's still kind of green here. So this is such a weird thing, and it's a mess. It's a mess. It shouldn't be a mess like this, but it is a mess. So so I don't understand it. If again in 4 days, if the renewal of my cursor plan is good, then I can jump in and do some exploration on what the fuck is happening in this, because goddamn, um, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like I really have a hard time understanding why the center part is like such a weird element that doesn't take the color that it's supposed to take, even though it does, but it doesn't. Like it's a weird thing. First of all, there is that. There is the color thing that probably is my main issue, which means that I will probably need to create some sort of a system in order to get that to work. So what I mean by that, if we create something, a color system that is, I don't think I have any of these pre-made. Let me see if I have one. Let me do that, and let me do that. Let me change the 334 here. This is my hot pink regular 340 150. Almost a pure red, but it's not. It's a bit more pinkish. The thing that I need to do roughly is going to be something like this, I guess, where we have this as an element, and we need to make sure that that thing and that thing are different values. So you end up with 10%, 40%, maybe 60%, and then 80% on top of it, so that you get like your scale of tints and shades. But at the end of the day, these are just like overlays, colors on top of the initial, so it's a color mix. But then you want to make sure that this is a proper blend, and this is kind of gonna be the issue, because you want the blend to properly work within either the luminance or the saturation, or a proper blend with luminosity, which is not really achievable through Figma. It's achievable in code with the color mix, but it's not necessarily achievable in Figma, which is kind of sad. But that's an option for us, to just define one color code once and then have the entirety of the palette that is generated automatically, so we don't need to care about it too much. But same thing, like it is not the easiest thing to do, and it is not the easiest thing to have in place when it comes to like how can I say that? The maintainability in the long term. But yeah. Uh, I think you're right. The the system that we have here and the reason why it's a bit broken, I think, is in order to have uniformity and homogeneity, brain, um, have a good coffee, and homogeneity in the panels and the surfaces and the slates and so on, you need to tint things in order to feel like they are part of the same build. And therefore, when the user is selecting something that is yellow, every black take a hint of yellow. If we take a bit of pink, it takes a hint of pink and a hint of blue and so on, so that it feels as if it was part of. But then when you go back to zero, since we started the theme, at least I did, with green as a base green, there is probably one of the OKLCH value that is still anchored to a green based with a hue that is associated with green and not whatever needs to be in there for the neutral. And that's bad. That is bad. But it doesn't really exist here. Like, it doesn't seems to be. I mean, this one seems to be kind of pink. So, like, that's so weird. So yeah, I don't know. I really don't know why this thing is not doing its job. Maya, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Um, yes. We have hair now. A lot more hair than before. I don't know what happened right there, but something happened. How have you been? How's everything? So yes, and this is an option. I feel like we could do that because, again, the main reason for this and the one of the main attraction, at least for me, to create these things is that then you just manage one single Xcode that is like your initial colors, which is going to be your 500, and then you have all of your shades and highlights and tints that are done instantly. That's pretty good. I wish this is gonna break the stream. I'm gonna say that now, just in case it crashes. I haven't opened Xcode in about. It feels like a month. It feels like a month. It probably is a month, to be honest. It probably is a month. Let me go into components and colors. So that launching the preview is gonna break things. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But yeah. Yeah, it is easier. That's the thing that I would agree with. Yeah, easier to manage because you just need like one singular Xcode, and then you're good. And specifically because of how it's placed on an OKLCH system, you end up with something that is highly saturated, highly middle point brightness, and then like the user just has the range and that's it and nothing else. Like it's not a color picker where they can pick a light color or a dark color, just like whatever. Um, and Maya, you would be surprised. We are doing a lot less design than we used to. we are still designing things, but it takes like a lot more. We're doing a lot more code. We're doing a lot more experiments on other things. Um, like yeah, drop zone on upload attachment. You mean this? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Do you have? You don't have that. Do you have that? Yes. Um, the you don't have that was the shift to drop instantly, and you have the escape to not drop the image. So that's good. That's good. Which this one you'll need to take a look at that in about a second. The stream is working. So if I get rid of that rounded rectangle because it's not necessary, if I get rid of my image stack right there, I feel like that's gonna probably help. Nonetheless, this one was pretty good though. I could have kept it. Anyways, that Z stack is unnecessary, so let's remove that as well. And you're gonna see me write code by hand. I know, it's crazy. So do I remember? That's the question. So we have our H stack that is going to be very, very basic. That H stack is gonna contain a rectangle, I guess. Like we just need one rectangle, like regular rectangle for now. It's gonna be okay. And I should have a for loop on this, but I don't give a shit, so it's gonna be fine. A width of 100 by 100 is a bit big. I feel like something like 80 could be okay, but we'll see. Anyways, so that system right here is what I'm talking about, where you have then that is not what was supposed to happen. That's not it. Yeah, that's not. You know what? I don't care. We need at least 5 for the presentation, and we need to make sure that this is. I should have done that. Is our foreground style being. Let's use teal. Let's use teal for now. That it, I need a for loop for that. I do. I do. There is no question about it. It's just like it's easier. But at that point, I do not know how to for loop properly, so I don't care. So the thing that we have in Swift that we don't have in Figma is the dot mix with, and then we use white on this one because that's the main thing. And here is gonna be 0.5, for example. And then if I do that same thing, that same mix on this, and I'm making that a 0.8, and then there, it's just with black. Nope, with black. These giving us the ability to just get the proper color mixing is what I kind of need to put in place in the theming ability of Joker so that it just take like one color and then it's a color mix, a proper one. And the good thing about that color mix is that the black and the white could also be an extraction of something. So you could have your black that is actually a bluish or teal-ish black that is blended through, so that you end up with something that is even more homogeneous than the rest. So that's the all that just for that teeny tiny demo, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. We don't care about it. But like we can't do that uh, in Figma, and we do have the ability to get access to that in Japanese, obviously. Um, in CSS, so it's the OKLCH or the OK Lab. The lab is kind of weird, but yeah, you have the ability to just get that switch in, and it's pretty good. It is pretty good. Do we have a reason why this is in Japanese? Makes no sense. So yeah, as always, color mix is the thing that I'm trying to, get in the system. And then going back to what you said, I think I agree with you in the sense that it would make a lot more sense to create tokens for um, light mode neutral and dark mode neutral, and then apply color theming on top of it. But in order to do that, we need to define neutral and placements and stuff. So for now, that's not the case. That is not the case. I also think that this system is biasing me so much in the sense that I should probably get something that is way, 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 way more simplified than this in the presentation, so that we have like, I think I have duplicated this entire thing multiple times, but it's fine. So that we have something that is simpler in order to understand how the content is going to behave. Like, goddamn, I need to keep that. Like, that is the behavior that we need to have. So I know for sure that there is nothing else. But did I switch the info to the left? What do you mean? This is the old design. Don't worry about it. This doesn't exist. This is not a thing. we don't care about that. Let me. Oh my god, that's so bad every time. Every time. Can I delete that? Yes. And then that's the main thing. Can I delete that? Yes. Can I delete that? Yes. Then I have this. My container is in the center, which shouldn't exist either, but it's there. If I ungroup that, that makes my container go down or drop down. So that's good. So that's my input, main. I should remove main, apparently. That's main. And then that doesn't exist. It does, but it doesn't. Don't worry about it. Same issues. That is my server active. And then from there, I have no container technically, no button. Tabs, yes, but not really, but yes. And then app. So the reason why I'm doing this is so I can have a way better placement for that. It should take a size and placement, but like get something at that frame that is minimized and okay-ish. There. So we have everything, and then my background, which is supposed to be here, if we get rid of the orbs, now we have the most neutral, officially, the most neutral colors that needs to happen for that theme. And if we switch that to light mode, then we need to have the exact same system, meaning that this thing is going to be white at 100%, roughly. This one is going to be white at, if I remember correctly, we need to get it at like 88% or 90% to have like that transition thing. And so that is same thing with white at 80%, 88% as well. And then my background is now lightness at like 92, I think. Yeah, and now that is not getting through. Interesting. Remove that. That's the wrong cue. That here. That at 92 would give us kinda maybe 90. I could go 88 as well, just so we have the thing that is consistent. And then this thing, same issue, same ID, 80% white. So that very simplified version of the system would be, if I'm not mistaken, all of the colors that we need to have. And I'm gonna remove these things entirely from the page because it makes absolutely no sense. I think I'm gonna remove that count as well because it's not necessary. We don't need it. Let me do that again. We still have a 1B, which I think is our border. Yep. Background here. So that 1B is already a bit of an opinionated section, but it's fine. And the reason for this is because we have a teeny tiny amount of gradients in the background to highlight the face of the thing, which is inverted here so that it's darker there than it is here. Small details, but it's half necessary. That is our most minimal option, I think. And then here, everything is roughly white. One of them there is the background. That 100% is our 100%. Sorry, it's our input field, which makes sense. I don't know why we have such a split right there. Something drop shadow, probably. Yeah. It is. It is. It is. Which is the bending on Figma. Which I don't know if you can see that on stream. I think you can, but it's not the best. But that is roughly the ID. I guess our stroke right here could be black so that we still have the effect, maybe. you know, the separation with the content. This one and this one could also take a stroke. So that being like pure white here and that being pure black here, kinda. Denny, hi, welcome on in. I have your thing right there. We haven't took a look at that just yet. You tell me when you're back, available, and so on. Take your time. Be busy. It's good at times. So that would be like roughly 10%, and that would be roughly 10%, I guess. In order to just have like the same level of switch in between the two. Seems like an okay option. Things like an okay option. Shadows are fine. Highlights are fine. I still have a feeling that this is unnecessary container. Unnecessary containers right there. I don't like it. I don't think I like the pure black background. I feel like I would break it up with a 1B, but 1B is a tad too strong. So maybe like a 14 to just blend it in, and then that looks like it has a ton of drop shadows that are not pure black. So that makes sense when it comes to like the presentation and shit, but it also doesn't necessarily make sense later on. So let's just pure black their ass for now. And same thing for this. I feel like these two are gonna have like the same amount of drop shadows and thing, and I could probably get away with just one, to be honest, instead of stacking everything. Just have like one drop shadow that doesn't really exist here and one that is there that would be just like more subtle is probably an option. Let me do that in pure black. Let's do 8, 16, 24, and then -16. It's gonna be a pretty good option right there. That's enough delimitation with the background, I feel, so that's pretty good. I'm trying to see if we can have like the same amount of viability in between the two, between dark mode and light mode, so that we ensure that our switch in between things is good. But the fact that this one is 80% and this one is 2% white for the linear on top might not be exactly what we want to have. We might need to keep that at 2% and do that with 80% underneath. I know it doesn't look like much, but it will. I'm telling you, it will. So that could work. 6% pure white, 6% pure black, which would need to be converted in 14s so that we have our coherent values. Same thing here. 14 on this thing. The fill right there is wrong because we're using that same thing because we're supposed to have somehow a gradient on top. So that should be changing the background here to white and changing that top section to 6% as well. It blends in a bit more, which is not exactly what I wanted to have, but it could work. So the reason why I'm saying it makes sense is because if we now say that this thing has orbs and colors and things, we can see them through with that 80%. And even if we wanted to go with a thing that is a bit more drastic in the background, saying that it's like a pure color or something, it now shines through with the main containers being taking a hint of said color, but the input is going to stay as white as it can be because it is the place where people need to interact with. So it looks like it's not the case here, probably because of our grays that are very subtle, but yeah. So that seems okay. I feel like that 80% is good. If we just wanted to fully invert it, that would be 20% in dark mode, which seems very strong. Seems very strong. And we don't have a shadow here, which I don't care, but don't care about it too much. But we can still make it work. We can still make it work. The thing that I want to do right now just doesn't work for the web, so I'm stopping myself. I don't want to do that. I want to. I just want to do that. That's not true. I feel like this would work, but it's just like not a feasible element in CSS. Like having the top of the elements being highlighted and the bottom being not, and using using a gradient on border is not a thing that we can do. So it highlights the element a bit better, but it's not good. The only way to do that is to get like an image, and I don't like that. Transforming a gradient in an image is not a good idea. Not a good idea. But something's wrong right here. So if we zoom in, you probably can't see what is wrong. I understand. The main issue is that in light mode, our border color is very, very, very close to our background color. And so when we are looking at it from further away, which on stream right now, zoomed in, everything looks fine because of the shadow that just create that separation. But when we are somewhere around here, because it blends in with the shadow in the background, it looks like the edges are fuzzy compared to the dark mode that does have like a bit of a sharper edge thing. But I want to avoid borders being fuzzy in that direction. So probably what I would do here to make it work is instead of using 14, I'm probably going to use white, but using white as a different opacity, so something along the line of 80%, 88 to 90% would separate it from the edge without really being like a pain in the ass. So that's an option. I like it. I like it. Um, it would work. So we keep the same value, which is good. Which is good. However, that luminous mask is not gonna work. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So if I frame these two, and then let me just place one of these on top, because that is the way. I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. So if I get these two, and let's say we have our main color that is going to be dead green. Cool, that's fine. It means that if we transform that as the app is a mask, and instead of using alpha for the mask, we're using the luminance, we end up with basically what needs to happen in order to impact the theme. Luminance is a bit of a weird thing, but it's working. Don't worry about it. We can't really use the shape instead like that. That's not a thing. But with that, we then have the ability to just like decrease the values and the opacity of said thing on top to not like get an issue with it. So that's option number one. Or option number two is to not use that as a mask, but use this as a blending mode, which is usually going through overlay or something. So I just the rectangle, not the rest. And so with an overlay, you end up with what needs to be highlighted based on the content. And so here you can see that the background is still almost pure white. The input is still pure white. The background here is kind of greenish. And then on this one, things are more bright because they are not like as much. The blending mode on dark colors just don't behave the same. So instead of overlay for this, it needs to be something like multiply or darken in order to get like the proper rendition of what we're trying to achieve with the colors. So that's not good. But you can see the transition better. That's the thing that is good. But yeah, that's the issue that I have, because once again, we don't have access to the OKLCH system in our colors. So they just have a HSL, which is not good. And the issue is that a color mix, a neutral color mix, is resulting in a neutral. So if we mix white with the tint that the user has selected at a very specific percentage, then we end up with the same color. Kinda. There is probably a plugin that gives me the option, but as always with this, I always feels like it's not a good idea, because if I can achieve something here in Figma and then in code we don't have any options to do so, it's gonna be even more painful. So yeah, one of the thing that I know we could do is shift our mains. Maybe um, maybe we could do that. So this would be neutral, and then from there, let's just do that for dark mode first and see how it goes. From there, and the thing that is kind of wild is going to be the pure white is not going to work, but we never know. We take the saturation and we bump it by like 10%, 8%, or 10.8 points uh, to give it that nudge of something. So everything right now is currently set to 0. So if we put everything at 8, we would end up, technically speaking, at values that are supposed to be a bit different in terms of the colors and so on. And you can see that it's a bit red-ish overall. And if we do that here as well with the exact same behavior of moving everything 8 points um, toward that direction, that might just be the way for us to fix the issue, because that way we have our initial value also that is potentially. Why is this green? Why is that linear gradient, this thing selected, but that's not the gradient itself? That's wild. As well, let me remove the orbs, just in case. Just in case. So that shifts it toward the red. And then we can shift things toward the hue that we want to have in order to, like this, the user selected hue. So if I'm here and I'm going to use that background, and I say that my hue value is 240, which is kind of blue. Maybe that's not good. Let me do 140 instead. That maybe that may be the way. It can shift the hue properly. So the calculation is we have neutral. If tint is not selected, we remain at HSL value of 0, 0. If a tint or a hue selected by the user, we shift everything by at least 8 points in saturation, and we apply the hue value to our hue for surfaces so that it creates that tint-ish thing that goes with the system, which is okay. And then if we have the orbs in the background, they will shine through and potentially work. That's a potential system. It's a potential system. but it's using HSB slash HSL, which is the same thing, and it's okay. But that's just to use for our initial surfaces so that we have zero. I think the issue is that, again, based on memory, on when I did the theme things, the system needed at least a bit of a hue shift for everything in order to get our transition from no theme to theme. So basically from here to here, I wanted to have a nice transition in between things, and right now that's not the case. But also from here to here, like not being too instant. That's the reason why we had to get like a bit of a green or a bit of a neutral gray that was at zero, and zero for some reason broke stuff. So it's probably like having a 0 point something in hue and in saturation just in case, so that the transition still can happen, which makes absolutely no sense because we can start at zero and be done with it. So I don't know, but that's a system. So we have HSB system, if I'm not mistaken, HSL system. My bad, I was mistaken. And we get 0 first, followed by 0 second, followed by value. Without the cap, value. And then, if we want to move to a themed thing, we need a +8 for now. That's an arbitrary value. And then we need to inherit the theme color or the theme hue, because the user is just gonna theme you something anyways. So right here, for example, we are still at 0 because we are in a... That doesn't make any sense. This would not exist. But it's +8 theme hue. It could work. It could work. If we had something different though. If instead of 8 we punch to 16, are we like very strong and it therefore it makes the thing way too visible? Or is it fine? It seems okay. I just wish I had like the ability to just get the hue somewhere in a variable in Figma, instead of having to do that manually every time. But it could work. It could work. 16 might be a bit much. 16 might be a bit much, but that's fine. But yeah, that might be the fix that we need right now in order to get our system for the themings to just themes properly. And be done. But then again, as I mentioned, I kind of want to be able to do that with cursor and not like manually, because obviously manually I can't do that. for obvious reasons. And then from here, there is a ton of things that we don't have, aka the overlays. So everything that is coming from here, if I go into the settings of this thing, that is needing to have like a very specific type of surfaces. If we have a proper overlay in the background that is darkening the background, then we don't care about it. It's going to be the same thing. This is going to be like a very specific value and so on. But I don't remember. That makes a lot of sense. I don't remember if we have this thing with proper tokens or not. I may not have made proper tokens, knowing myself. That's that's on me. Don't worry about it. Let's see if cursor is gonna break again. Yeah, I think we don't. Like, we don't have this. I haven't made something that says like background, foreground, card, muted version, ring. I don't think I have. I don't think I have. But that's the issue. It's the sum. I wish it was, we have these. And it's good. Where is that styles? Global. We do have some indeed. But do we have something like surface? We don't. Do we have sidebar? We don't. Do we have panel? In a comment. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. I can pull first, yes. I can do that. And also, indeed, I'm not on dev. That's an interesting thing. I haven't done anything. Right. Just in case, it's the same. It's working. It's crazy. It's crazy. I wish we could just right click and then say, you know, open in browser. But no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Oh my god, every fucking time. Yeah, it's still green. It's still green, but it's fine. So, if I get there, do we still have surfaces? No. Do we have background? We do have background, but background is not gonna be, I'm guessing it's gonna be dash background at some point. That's not the thing. No elevations either. Okay, yeah. So we don't have a single token, proper token setup in there. So that's that. That's yeah. But if I did slash b, we should at least have like something. And yeah, bg is just not gonna like it. It's not. It's not enough. Like dark muted doesn't mean shit. for most people. Um, and it would be easier for everyone to just say, like, dash dash background dash input, you know? Dash dash background obg dash main dash dash bg as a starting point. So that would be dash dash bg dash dash main dash dash input. I do love what we used to do. I don't think I can show you that. I do love what we have done in Radix opacity system, meaning that you basically have. Why am I all over the place? Right there. That basically, if we have, I'm gonna stay there. If I have my main color that is not that, do we have my red right there? Yeah. So if I have my original color that is right here, and then we decide to have something that is a bit lighter, as in something that will kind of still be red-ish, but not as visible, instead of highlighting it or making it darker, we just change its opacity to something like 20%, 32%, whatever. And the reason for this is that if we have that here, it's a subtle red on dark mode. As soon as you move that to light mode, you don't have to do shit. It's already good. It's as subtle, it convert properly and so on. So that's the system in colors that I would love to put in place. But that is complicated. I get it. I get it. I understand. Um, but yeah, that should be 12. Yeah. 24 minus 12 is 12. No. I knew something was off. I knew something was off with this. Not that it matters, but yeah. So, nonetheless, still true, with dash dash bg is gonna be our main background. And then if we go dash main is the main content, dash input, that doesn't make sense. Dash main dash input makes sense. And then we would need somehow probably. Probably. The thing that I don't like here is the naming convention in order to understand this, because dash main dash inputs is the main input, it makes sense. And dash tab dash active doesn't make a lot of sense if we have tabs in other section of the app. So I mean, not that I care, because you set them once and then you forget about it. But server tab active is such a long ass token, but it makes sense. It helps. It helps the readability and shit. So that might be the way. That might be the way. Um, I'm missing something. Yeah, I'm missing that. There's one thing that we don't have in the beginning, which is this. What the fuck? Sorry, that was not supposed to happen like this. Um, so that still isn't the right size. If we have this at 14 and we want this to be 8, that's a 6 value. 6 is gonna be wrong key. My bad. Maybe that works. So the only thing that we don't have here is the absolute opposite, meaning that my buttons take the accent color, and in no color theme, we kind of want to use pure white and pure black for the accent. So it's going to use 14 in here, and it's going to use the other 666 there. And then it's taking the theme if necessary. We already have buttons, if I remember correctly. So that's an option. The rest is probably going to be white highlight. So the other thing that I'm thinking about right here, not right there, sorry, right, why is this so all over the place? Right here is that highlight on top when I'm hovering, when the channel is selected, when the button is active, and so on. All of these are probably going to be white transparency. And then within the settings, same thing here, like white transparency to have like the content and shit. That makes sense. That makes sense. Same here. Elevations, Grace. Hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? Things are okay. Not ideal, but okay. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe that can work. No. That doesn't work. And that is highlighted. Same issue, same things. The deal is good here. That's working. That is working. So most of the things are going to be highlighted white, highlighted black when necessary. So that's a good thing. In order to just make this make sense, you know. You did add experiments on your site, as in code experiments? That's cute. I like that. I like the preview. I like that. I don't think the view makes any sense, to be honest, but why not? Uh, yeah. I mean, why not? Like, why are you on the fence on it? I think it's a good thing, specifically now. Um, like, I think for creating something that will be presenting your skills in code in the current realm of designers that needs to understand how code works and have shipped things and so on, this is a pretty good option. Like it's gonna present things that potentially make sense and work. So you know, it could work. I don't mind it, but I feel like this is taking away from the minimalism of your website. So I prefer the version that is currently live compared to this. Because right now it competes for my attention with the bookshelf, and I feel like you kind of want the bookshelf to be like a bit of the main point, based on the fact that this is a bit more of a personal site rather than a portfolio. So that's fine. It's working, but it's distracting much than this. I feel like this is cleaner. Um, and the physics is still good. I like that a lot. Um, are these the titles that you would use? Because if that's not the case, then maybe it's a title issue. I mean, sound versus haptic might not be the greatest title, and if you have a title of something that is an experiment that you have worked on, that you like, that feels better, that is something that you would present on your website, maybe that would help you to visualize. Um, but I get it. Yeah, maybe you can rename that. Because VHS cassette interactions just doesn't sounds good. Uh, but it would fit, and you would basically end up somewhere around here in the end of the words, kinda, not really, like roughly around here. So, hmm, debatable, debatable, but not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I do think experiment is a good thing. Um, just for the current state of things, maybe it doesn't need to be that high. Maybe it can be underneath the bookshelf, so that there is a bit of a break in the patterns of list, list, bookshelf, list, instead of list, 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 bookshelf. You know, um, boy, different thing. Nonetheless, I do think this is a pretty interesting thing, specifically now, to have a presentation of the work that you have done and are kind of proud of and want to showcase. So, yeah, do that. Still don't have the ridge. Still no ridge. Oh my god. But I get it. I get it. I understand. Um, let me group that. Group that. That's a bit big. Like 18 is gonna be good. 18. Mm-mm. Um, yeah. I don't know what you can change to it to make it like more aligned with what you want to do. God damn it, I knew it. I knew that it was about to drop. Um, but again, it's the repetition for me that is kind of breaking things. So if you have like, a different system, that maybe it works. Maybe it's better. Ah, my God. How do I know? Um, I think you missed the target. Uh, and I think feels you, Grizz, you might make it. Yeah, yeah. God damn. God damn. 84 is pretty good. That was a slow drop, but congrats on landing. We'll see if I'm missing it. No, I'm not making it. That is a miss if I have seen one. Um, anyways, that makes sense. Kinda, kinda. Um, system is fine. And then here we would have dash dash button dash BG. That would be the main thing. Probably based on me, um, button style, so button primary background would be this. That way, if we have like secondary and ghost and wired and other things, these tokens make sense, or at least they make sense to me. Um, and then for that, we have button style content for the icon colors things. Not that it really matters because it's probably going to be the same every time anyways, but if we wanted to have like a form transition things, then like that would work. The stroke is something that needs to be also defined, so you would have it goes back to the same fucking thing. So this would basically be for me main input dash bg instead of dash bg. Um, and then we have dashboarder. Like dash BG makes sense here, but not for the rest. Um, yeah, you can pay for that if you want to. And then server tabs, background, status. So, yeah. In terms of me making sure that I have something that is readable and still working, server could be server, but that feels weird, and it's not saving so much characters that you don't know. But yeah, like going back to what I have somewhere around here a while ago, which I think is, did I save it in the middle? Did I not save it? I may have not saved it. I haven't, it's not there. It's there. It's been a while though. It's basically when Figma announced variables. Which is you've made the latest again. Oh, it's further than that. Right there. Great. I don't know. I don't know if that still works. So it would be main background, main border, and in the variant, so it would be main button background primary. Sounds weird. But again, what did you put in there? I don't know if that would make sense. It's good that you can leave a group now. Still impressed by this amount of things. Still impressed. What do you mean? What do you mean it wasn't stalled by me? Ah, my God. My God. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. So yeah, I don't know if I want to have my tokens to be that massive. In terms of their length. Because that's just like, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. That is big. God dang. I wasn't expecting that to be that big, but it is. So if we take that as a starting point, right? We have dash dash background because that's the element um, for the app. So that's good. But then if we have the element itself being main container, and then the property that we have is going to be the background, it's okay. Like that makes sense to me. And then we would have the property in question that would be the border, because we have the border around this thing. And then if we wanted to be crazy about it, we would also have the radius in there because, you know, it makes sense to have the value for that thing as well. So that's that's a good token overall. It kind of makes sense, but I also feel like it makes more sense to just do that and be like main and then CSS properties for background, CSS property for border, for yeah, for everything as a CSS. So instead of being like dash dash main, we are dot main and that kind of, you know, as a class. What? Same. I don't know. I don't know. Do you though? Yeah, you would still need the variables within them. So you would basically have your uh let me do that instead. You would have background dot and then I never know how this thing is working, but I have a feeling that it's just like um some shit like this. I forgot if it's that. No, that's a different language. Um, right. It's var. I knew there was something in front. I remembered. Yeah, which means that you need all of them as well. So, yeah. Hmm. I don't know. Also, beige. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? How's the winter start? I guess for you, kinda, roughly, not really. How's the kid? Uh, yeah, that's neat. I like these temperatures. I like minus 28. These are nice things. These are nice things. They are nice, nice temps. Again, I'm in a weird situation. It, going back to temperatures because you know, like that makes sense. Um, about 6 days ago, 5 days ago, roughly. It was like 22, 25 degrees here. I was dying because it's too hot for me. I had to take the AC out of its holding position and turn it on. And then 2 days ago, it started raining and being 5 degrees, so 20 degrees difference. And now I have the heater on again. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Interesting that the minus didn't go through. It's weird. I would be dead. I would be dead. But we knew that already anyways, so it makes sense. All right. That roughly a system that makes sense. Um 8 degrees is fine. 8 degrees is fine. It's a bit cold. You need to have a jacket, of course, but it's not like the worst. I get it. I get it. But how have everything been? You haven't been here in a while. Have you have you built like more keyboards, more stuff in the past, or do you have like so much things happened um that just couldn't PC in? Do I want to create all of these? Maybe I want to. Oh. I feel like I remember the ice cream place job. So it's interesting that yeah, 8 months? Only 8 months? Um, I see. Congrats. Congrats, that is cool. That is good news, I guess. Um, mm, mm. I feel like this is a very repetitive thing that might not necessarily work for what we're trying to achieve, but why not? Um, but it's okay. Like it kind of works. Kane, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, the 17K more is never something that we say no to. I get it. I get it. Ah. I feel like this might be necessary to have like a non-active and an active as a thing. But I don't know. So I'm gonna say you do. You know me. uh, I'm not someone that gives a shit about the money, as my current situation shows. I've been unemployed for 3 years officially. So I don't care. The reason why I'm unemployed is because every time that I have an offer or something, it's just like so low, and I'm like, yeah, nah, not doing that. So you know, it happens. It happens. Um, I don't think accents are gonna be part of the options. The accent color is gonna be something that is like top level, but it kind of needs to be included within the viable math, but it's not the same thing. So, um, but we may need this one though, with the main input button, but I also feel like this is more like a button dash primary dash BG as an option. And then here you have the dash hover and the dash active and the dash disabled. Like, these make sense. Um, these make sense. And then you have all of the declination for ghost buttons, border buttons, and so on. Marmalade, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? So that is okay. It makes sense. It would work. To explain to you what we're doing, basically, we currently have a system in place for the app that is in place, but it has something that is not great. Something in there is not great. In the sense that the background in some situation is gonna take a hint of color that is not exactly correct, and therefore the fix that I have, I mean, not I, that Phil's had in place, is creating the most neutral, true neutral theme first, and then create the tokens for that, and then after that create the math function to implement the theme. So what's currently happening is that we have our base HSL values for our colors that are currently set with hue at 0 and saturation at 0, and then the value in question that needs to happen. So for this, for example, my 1B is going to be 0011, and then the opacity values, but that we don't care. It's part of the values. And then if we want to switch a theme with a color, then it goes with a +8 in the saturation. So we take +8 in saturation, and then we inherit the selected theme color. So right now we do have something that is very much in the same system. So if I'm here and I select like orange, everything is going to take like a bit of a hint of orange already. But it is just like a subtle thing. The issue is that when I'm going back here, and it's almost invisible, specifically on stream, the background here is the X code for this thing is 17, 19, 18, and this one is 17, 19, 19. So there is a slight greenish tint to this, whereas these are bluish tint, and we don't really understand why. So in order to fix that, uh, we need a way to figure it out. I think it's visible. I mean, for me, it's visible, but yeah. So getting that system of creating what are the base tokens for the themes, and then because we understand that it's just a shift in saturation a bit, it's gonna be okay. But it also means that I need to have the entirety of the colors of what needs to be presented. And that's not there. I don't have it yet. So yeah, background primary content is going to be there. Shadows is something that is not necessarily based on the theme, so we don't really care. It doesn't take like a color or something. The only other thing that we would have is the panel. And the panel is an overlay. So in that, I feel like we have overlay, color, probably. We will have some colors that change. Blur, maybe. I guess the value of blur is going to be something. That's not what was supposed to happen. No, not the transition speed. Like right now, what I'm trying to goddamn, what I'm trying to figure out is uh is everything that is visually colored based, nothing else. So everything that is currently like purple in here, like everything that is indigo, everything that is kind of grayish, is something that I need to be taking into consideration. And same thing in light mode to make sure that we have the same thing, so it's the same values for all of that. So that makes sense. We have these things should work as well. They should take the proper system. And one of the things that pisses me off right now is it would probably be easier. I don't know why this is broken. It would probably be easier. Gas face. Hi, well, come on in. How are you? For me to also create a system that is based on surfaces instead of specific surfaces, so that main is a surface, but is it surface or is it like main surface? I don't know yet. Let me read that yeah. Should I make the experiments tooltip stay all the way and only images change via fade, or keep it how it is? I think keeping it in all the way would make it a bit more interesting. If it is changing, you may have some issues, but right now it's working enough. Just image change would save time, and if you move fast between options, you would see image change, because right now if you move fast between options, it would just feel broken. It does feel broken right now. So I would keep it like, you probably have seen that many times with the tooltips that are following instead of being like re-triggered every time. Same system. I think that's basically what you want to have. Tooltips for navigation. But yeah. The pressed is active for me. I call that active. I know that some devs don't call that active, so I don't really know. But yes, it's an option. Yeah. This is going to be my settings. So settings for that settings value, we have settings, but it's also surface. That's why my surface is coming back in. Um, uh, you're right. That's not supposed to be there. Content is just content, not BG content. You're right, you're right. Do I want to do surface or do I want to do model? Technically, they are models, so I could just model dash BG, makes sense, and then dash sidebar dash BG. Ugh. I hate that. And then the selection is a highlight, which is fine. Same thing for this, which is good. And then we would have our menu background, I guess. And the rest is highlight, so that's good. Yeah. Maybe. I think we have chat, like DM chats already, but I don't know. I don't know. Backdrop is overlay. Like the overlay blur is the reason why I was debating getting overlay as a single thing. But yeah. Yeah, but based on the fact that they are currently still taking the default being system, you kind of need to present them, no? Feels in the tokens. At least we have something, but again, I think we do have variables for that already, so that should be okay. That should be okay. That's a highlight, it doesn't really matter. That's a highlight, it doesn't really matter. That's a popover slash menu. So it needs a background that is technically supposed to be the exact same thing, colors as this. But that's why. And yeah, oh, that was cute. Sorry, I saw something that wasn't supposed to be happening, but the transition in between here and there, and the fact that this one took the color for a split second before it converted into gray, that was an interesting thing. I think it's cute. Nonetheless, it's working. It's working. Main system. That's the model again. It's a feature. I agree. I would keep that 100%. It reminds me of this, you know, Like if I mean if you know if you've been here and you've seen the new effect for creating like a do I have Dia? I don't, for good reasons. When you're creating a new tab in Dia, there is like this kind of blow up element from the bottom that has like a bit of a color effect that is similar. So that's the thing. Hi, welcome in. What is the benefit of this compared to something like Radix theme palettes using shades? Of course, with guidelines, which shade has been on which element spots. Well, have a good shower. The benefit is that you are going to use a system that is a bit different. And that is more catered to the project in question. But in most cases, in most projects, what is happening is AppBG is going to use Radix color 1, if I remember correctly, because 1 and 2 are used for backgrounds. And then main is going to use 2 because it's the highlighters version. And then when you have input, it's going to use 3 or 4 because it needs to be like way brighter than the rest. But it's basically an abstraction level so that it is easier for the devs and the designers and the people that are working in the code to figure out what we are talking about. Because if I'm here, and I just take a look at, I don't know, my primitives and the systems of colors that we have, gray 1 doesn't mean shit to anyone. Like, it's just, as gray 1 means something to you? Not really. So when you are in the code and you don't really know what you need to use for that element, then having a token that is predefined, even if it's reused and it's just an abstraction layer that then just pinpoint gray 1, it's just easier for you to be in there when you're building things. So that's the reason. That's the benefit. Just like making sure that it's easier for everyone, for yourself, for devs, to figure out that, oh, right now I'm currently using like a button background, and so my button primary background is going to be 11, if I remember correctly. So like these solid colors in between 9 and 11 are going to usually be 4 buttons, so that like specifically 9, so that you understand that this is a clickable element, but it's just going to be an interactive layer. Nope, an abstraction layer on top. So that's the thing. I think I have everything. I think I have everything so far that needs to use colors and neutral colors, at least from our palettes. Hmm. I think buttons can go the fuck away. I think. Do we have buttons? Do we have buttons? We do have buttons that are already predefined with a single behavior thing. We have 2 options. So that's a thing. Yeah. So the reason why I'm saying I don't think we need the buttons in there is because this is adding a lot of complexity that is unnecessary. Our buttons are currently working fine enough I think. Um, but I'm also thinking about the fact that if I don't have a token for the buttons, then we will end up with things like right here. We are good because our selected theme is indigo-ish. So that color is using that. I'm gonna click on that. Um, and so we are good, but right there, because the theme is not set, my button is currently gray, and it should kind of be gray and then just turn to white if I'm trying to type something. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I need to keep that just for the sake of unthemed content. Yeah, this is very gray, very green. That's crazy. Anyways, goddamn, indeed, things happened. That's broken. uh, that's cool. That's cool. No, it's not. It's just like because of the Zoom version, there is a bit of fake physics in there. That's good. I don't think I understand that much. It's fine. It's bringing them back straight on. God damn it. Ooh, that's bad. Oh, you have Canva now. God damn. Lone Traveler, hi, welcome on in. Have a good luck. Thank you for making me rich and famous. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. That's interesting. That's a very good system. That's a very good system. You have the same issue that I had, and I still have, by the way, where if I'm here, I'm gonna be in the input field itself, and then you need to be very specific in where you are grabbing the elements to get the entire thing working. But yeah, it's a complex thing, so I get it. I get it. It's working though. It's pretty cool. Does it have sound? I feel like it does. I feel like it's gonna break my ears. The Japanese app is doing pretty good. We have 3,400-ish downloads so far. Made almost $500, which is pretty good. But I don't have the time to work on it as much as I want to. So, yeah. What happens if I close? It still saves the settings. Oh. You can hide the time. Damn. Damn. What is that? Well, these three things. Focus time, short break, long break. I see. I should just read. Read would make sense. Reading would make sense. I agree. This is interesting. I'm waiting for the sound. We'll see if they, you know, it's just a minute. I don't need to customize it. Does it make sense? But I would need to know how to customize the timer, yes. Which is probably just click on it, change the numbers. Just a guess. Which is good. Yeah, no, that's true. You could have the color match of the play button to match the theme. But you know. Damn. That was such a soft sound. I like it. I know you can't hear it, but I like it a lot. I could just skip. That's neat. That is neat. How do you change the time though? In the settings, I see. Cat, hi, what on it? It's right there in front of me. It's been right here in front of me since the beginning. I see. God damn. If only I opened my eyes. The only thing that pisses me off here is this not being aligned visually within. If you had these on the side, then yeah. But it's not centered. Oh my god. You did good. That's a great addition. That is a great addition. Everything is pretty much working. Same point as last time for the CMS stuff. I think you should extract it from Lovable and I don't know, release that as a tool online that is free to access and then paid for themes or paid for some stuff all around. Yeah. Congrats. Congrats, Cat. That took all you had. All you had, for sure. I'm sure of it. I'm still gonna keep that. I'm still gonna keep that because that makes sense. Yeah. You've been there. You've been here, you know. I get it. I get it. Makes sense. This is good. This is very nice. This it works with the current theme, the animations in the background, the simplicity of what you would use. The chat is pretty good. In VTuber mode or non-VTuber mode, that's pretty good. Again, based on me knowing you and your PC, this is full screen. I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can do that. Um, and that's when you have uh, co-streams, right? Like when you have another person. Um, I am. I 100% am. What is in red? Is it like you both play the theme, the same game, and therefore the game is right there? That's the plan. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It's working. It's working pretty well. Um, the only thing that I could potentially change, if you know, if it matters, is right here. I would make that a bit bigger and have it like offset with the values at the bottom. Not that it, change anything, but because you are already covering the stream or the content a bit more than other places. Are you doing that with a fucking group? God damn it. uh, then, yeah. It would not be 16 by 9. It is. I kept the ratio right there. So it's basically 16 by 9, but it's just bigger. Um, AKA, if I just take that and make sure that this is staying at 16 by, which is your already things, it's just going to, behave properly. The only thing that I did is that instead of going above, I just dropped it down. Right about there. So it's a smidge. It's just to have like, the thing that is overlapping, the same way that we have this here. Like since that's the ID, like that was the concept that you have here and here. So continuing with the same pattern that you have on other places, why not? But I get it. If you think that, and I kind of agree with you, that you're already kind of covering the game or the video, the thing that you are doing too much, and you don't want to, do that more. I get it. I get it. I get it. Congrats. I think this needs work now. For some reason, I feel like the font that you have kept might not be the best ID. I don't know. I don't know. I don't mind, but I don't know. I don't know what font would work. Yeah, it seems not round enough, or it seems like too strict in a way. Have a good rest of your night. Paige, thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Maybe a Rubik. Maybe a Rubik fat ass variation could be an option. Mainly because you have like so many things that could be, reused. So if we just go regular Rubik and black, it's very similar. It's not exactly identical, but it's similar. If we go in full caps, and let me back so that we have like similarities in between the two. They are different, but it's not, you know, um, it, yeah. If you want something else, though, uh, that's a weird one. I think that's the same font. That's integral, so it works. Mm. Yeah, the reason is that mine doesn't say integral CF. It says font spring demo dash integral CF. So it's uh it's not good. It's not good. Yeah, this could potentially, but we don't have like a fat ass option. Um, I fuck with that, but that's just me. That is just me. I don't think I have it in my installed section right there. No. Do we have? I don't have monuments. I don't. Um, what's the name? I know what you're talking about. Uh, I think I have one, but I obviously don't think I have one at hand. But it's one of the candy things. So like it's some shit like this that you could potentially use. Like, you know, things like that could, if you want rounded. But that might be a bit too childish for what you are trying to achieve. But you know. That's sad. That's sad. I like that. I like I like that one better. But yeah. I mean, what works in these things is the effect that is added to them, and therefore achieving the same thing within OBS is a bit of a weirder things. Nunito is an option as well, yeah, to get something that is kind of um, not. But it's not big enough. Like basically, if you want to get the proper effect, you will kind of need to have like a stroke that is on the outside that you bump to get like the thickness that you want in here. And if really you wanted something to be like interesting, it would, in my eyes, again, uh, it would need to be something like this instead. And playing with shit like this, you know. If you can't copy paste from version, you can revert only. But which version is it in? Because May 12th? Damn, that's a long time ago. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Um, this one. This is good. Kinda. I don't know what that is though. But still. Still. Something about it. If you are looking for I just know that quality somewhere. So CGI inspired is a website that contains a lot of fonts that are available for personal use officially. So if you are looking for fonts that are interesting, you may find some of these that are pretty nice, that are like not necessarily available if you're not paying for them, and therefore it's just like the test font, the demo fonts and so on. So I do like this. If you want to get that, don't. But with all the details, all the shit, all of that is going to be available. Just make sure that you click on the right, very much scary button that looks like it's gonna be a virus, but it's fine. It's okay. Most of the time, it's sending you to Mediafire and other things. So yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that counts. So this is something that I have had like a bit of a debate before.
Anubis Moby is now following.
Anubis, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. I don't know. I never know. I never really pay attention to these. Most of the times when I'm using a font that is like a paid font, I have paid for it. So that's why I'm not really, uh, taking care of the licenses. Like I pay for my fonts, so it's fine. But if you don't have access to the paid fonts, this website does have access to the demo version of the fonts. The quality that I was looking at a second ago, is one of the most annoying one that I have found, because I have been trying to get the license, the official license for this thing, and that's the first time I'm seeing it on Envato, which is like safe for me. But otherwise, it is visible on something that is not Creative Market, but Creative Market. And it's really wild. And I don't really understand. Like, if you want the commercial version of this thing for the license, you arrive on this website, which is like unsafe for the first part. But in other situations, when you are trying like to arrive on the right thing, you arrive on this, which is Creative Fabrica, which is a visual copy of Creative Markets. And this is a bit of a scary thing. Like everything looks like it's not gonna be as legal as it should be. So, you know, not great. Not great. Anyways, it looks very scammy. The main thing is that you arrive on the page and you're like, oh yeah, that's Creative Market. Oh no, that's not Creative Market. So the fact that the layout is exactly the same always has me as a making sure that things are working. So you know, it's important. It's important. Anyways, but yeah, no, the layout looks good. The font may be something that you need to, that font your way through and find something that is just like a bit more fun. Maybe. um, I feel like if you look for Y2K font, you may end up with things that are a bit more interesting in the roundness of them, but it's going to be kind of difficult, I think, to get like proper font for your needs right there. Like graffiti font is probably going to be an option, and you need like a rounded graffiti fonts. So yeah, I think the third one on your list is pretty good. The last one, the M has a weird tail, so I don't fuck with that. But it's fine. It's fine. Um, you will have a ton of options in there. One of the things that I used to do as well is find Photoshop effects. So this is a bit of a weird thing, but when you have, so Pixel Builder is a very older one. When you have a Photoshop effect that seems interesting, the probability of the font shipping with the Photoshop effect is greater than zero. Most of the time, they need to have the font that they used in order to get the thing to work. And so if you have something in there that just looks cool and the font looks interesting, you have the ability to just get the Photoshop thing, and then you have the font as well at the same time. So maybe you like this because that looks like my logo or something, and then I'm downloading this entire thing and I'm getting the font as well. So I like that. It's a bit of a trick that I used to do a long time ago. Now we kind of stopped though. I need to stop looking at fonts. Otherwise, the stream is going to be just me looking at fonts. That's not a good thing. Not a good thing whatsoever. So yeah, layout is good. Placements is good. Effects are good. Chat seems to be pretty nice. I want to see how it looks in reality, because right now I don't know exactly which chat modules you want to use and so on. So it would need to be like checked. But other than that, it's fine. I don't know if you heard me last week on Wednesday with chat styles that Props is doing. That thing might be useful for you at that instant if you don't want to pay for any stuff just yet. In the template section, there is this one that seems to be okay-ish. It's not the best option, but as a starting point, if you just wanted to have something, you could use that and be good. You know, like it's free. So. And then when you go into the customization system, you have like all of the other options to get the animations, the transitions, the things, the look of the bubbles, and all of that. So yeah, if you think that you can uh, trick yourself into having like a similar layout than what Nanny has done within this by changing the everything, then maybe do that. Do that for now. Choose the right font, choose the right bubbles, and the animation transitions and so on. And it might just be good. Um, yeah, we know 60,000 of them. Um, so, but yeah, that's the cat. That's going to be the only thing that I have for you in terms of overlay options. You have Sabo, which is pretty good in terms of how it looks. I have paid the lifetime thing, but I don't use them. You have, um, where is this? Orbit, which is the other one, which looks the best. Basically, you would have your subscriptions that are in there based on everything. So Orbit is a lot more interesting, um, visually speaking. And it's not that expensive. This is like 20 bucks, 15 bucks ish, and it's a one-time thing. So, you know, why not? So that's one. You also have Flux, which is similar, but it's Korean, so you probably will have a bit of an issue with reading. But it's a thing as well. It works. It works. It works. I think Pokero is another one that does the same thing. It's mostly with banking transactions and so on, rather than just subscription system. So, testing stuff as always. And then there is another one that I absolutely forgot the name of. I know I have it. I don't know if it's this one or if it's something else. It is not this one because this one is dead. Cool. Um, Sabo is the first one that I shared, which is okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. Monet is another one, if I remember. But that's not the thing that I wanted to showcase. No, forget about it. That's not it. That is not it. Uh, is that the one? That's not it either. That is not the one that I was looking for. There is another one that we know and have used in the past. I would still recommend Orbit and Sabo as the two options. The other one, and the thing is, for me, is just like if you go on Threads or on Twitter and you scroll for about 15 minutes, the probability of you finding like three subscription tracking system is very high. Very, very high. So, yeah. Um, yeah, Sabo is good. They currently are doing this system right there um, with 14.99 for a lifetime pass. It's pretty nice. I have that thing as well. Um, and you just need the code. So it's a nice option. Nice option. It works for free, yes, but I forgot what the limitation is. Yeah, I forgot. um, I think you're limited in the amount of subscriptions you can track at once. I think that's the thing. Um, and therefore you there. But yeah, no, there is one that made me laugh because it's a copy of what Alex has done. So, but yeah, so there is this one, and there is another one that obviously I have not um, seen in a while on Threads, but I have seen it a lot, which is someone that has done the exact same thing for Mac OS and iPhone at the same time. So basically, it is an iOS app slash macOS app. So it's an option, but yeah. Also, welcome back, Fields. Did I say that? I feel like I said that in my head, but yeah. Again, for the simple fact that about yesterday, I think, I was looking at things in Japanese, and that guy came up on my feed, and basically it's Cloud Code slash Swift UI related stuff about him creating a subscription tracker app and how much he has made so far. And I'm extremely impressed by the numbers. Um, but I don't understand. This is the 20th version of a subscription tracking app that I'm seeing, and it doesn't have anything really interesting to it, visually speaking. Um, but it's just, it works. And so maybe you could go there. I don't know. Um, it's just, it's an option, but there is someone that is doing something that looks exactly like this. So that's why I'm like kind of iffy about it. But you know, I like some of the things that I have done in there that the others don't so far, or at least that I haven't seen done. The main thing being when you're adding a new subscription and you select one of the known system or known services, it will give you a choice, as in, what is this? I think right there. I think. Yeah, right here. If you add like a new subscription, you select Netflix, for example, it gives you the existing options for the payments, the how much you're supposed to pay. I don't know how this is like managed because Netflix is changing prices all the time, but it's a nice thing, and it makes your experience a bit faster. But nonetheless, Servo is good. We like it. Nicholas is a good person as well, so we like that. And yeah, there's probably like a ton of others that you can get. Anyways, but I'm sure I would find one just by scrolling. Just by scrolling. Um, that's a good option as well, yeah. I know that my bank has a bit of a subscription system as well. So the app for my bank has a budget tracking system that also contains recurring payments and kind of show you how much you're supposed to pay per month and so on. So that's an interesting thing. But because I have some of them being like yearly payments, some of them being monthly, some of them being like through PayPal, some of them through other things. It's a bit of a mess. But yeah, it's interesting. Nonetheless, it works. It works. There is like a ton of options. So yeah, if you haven't found something in there that just makes sense, uh, then you know, it's okay. I don't think I have saved it though. You know what? I think that's the person that I was looking for. Um, so this one is the one in question that I had in my head. So they have like a macOS app now that they didn't have before. It's a bit of an easier system overall, and so I do like the design that they have compared to some of the others. They look pretty clean. They have pretty good system in what they're doing, how they are recommending, not recommending, but like presenting the animations and so on. So it's a good thing. The only thing that I want in these things is, which doesn't exist, is this is my bank information, this is my PayPal information, this is my bank number two information, figure it out type of situation, and that is not the case. So the way that they have done that in the past is they ask you to go through your bank and say download a bank statement for the past year, and then our AI is gonna review everything and give you a list of things that are subscriptions. The main issue for that again is the fact that it's I have things on PayPal and I have things on non-PayPal, and therefore it's just like doesn't go through in the same way. But yeah, this one is pretty good when it comes to the design of it. Um, so I really don't care, to be honest, because I know that they already have scanned my bank statement somewhere. Like, I really don't care anymore. I know how much security of the users the banks are under. Like, they need to make sure that everything is secure and so on. And they will feed your own data to their own AI internally that is plugged to something else. So at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit. But I understand. I understand the point. The only thing that I hate about this one specifically is that in some specific environment, aka on Twitter, they aren't just posting about the app. every day, all day, 3 times a day, and it's just like it's a bit of a pain in the ass. But it's cool. It's a cool app. It's a cool app. So that's the thing. Um, but yeah, other than that, that's it. That's the three that I can recommend you, Lenny. Recommend to you specifically because they make sense. They work. We're good with that. We are good with that. Nothing else to say on this. Feels before you go to work. In the tokens that I'm currently listing, I am keeping the buttons. I don't know if this is something that makes a lot of sense, but I have the main surfaces like the app background, the main content, the input fields, the server tabs at the top, and then the model content. I think that covers 90% of everything. And then I added buttons, but I don't know if the buttons are something that makes sense. Um, but we'll see. And if, and that's my question, the input fields, yes. Uh, are these naming conventions something that you would have done yourself? Or is this weirdly organized, in which case I can change stuff right now so that if I take the time to go over the theming Tuesday, then it works for everyone? Like, are there specific things that you would be like, yeah, well, we need to change overlay to not be just overlay, but to be like overlay dash color or something, that type of situation. But yeah, that's why I recognize that this is potentially a bit tiny when it comes to readability. So I don't know. I don't know. They make sense. Cool. You don't have capitalization. You don't use dots instead of dashes. I don't know if there is like a convention or something in Rust that is different. But if they make sense, then I can potentially push that or try to push that in something. Let's see if it works. Because, could be good. Could be good. At least we have an understanding of what needs to happen for the default. So that's a good thing. I think that works. Yeah, I think that works. I like to do that though. I'm I'm repeating myself, but I like to do that on a simplified version, because if we were trying to apply that simplify theme here, the probability of me kind of wandering around and ending up in a something that has like too much colors, too much things showcased is very, very, very high. I think, and then it's time for you to go to work. I think one of the other system on top of the inheriting of the user selected hue, I kind of want to change something or define the system that apply the hue to things, because that is going to be important. I think it works, but the thing that I'm talking about is that, for example, here, my text in my current system would need to go with a bump in saturation, which is the case right now, but a bump in saturation to take a hint of the color that is currently used. And these are kind of green, and you can see that they are green-ish. So all of that is also at a token level, I think, but it's mostly at a math slash definition of the system level. So yeah, that's the thing that I need to check. But yeah, have fun at work, cat. Have fun lurking. I appreciate it. And me, I'm gonna go take a shit. No, I'm gonna pee. 1 second. Goddamn. Goddamn. That's a good system so far. I feel like in order to get the rest, the simplest of version is going to be, specifically if we use the thing that I've done earlier right there, which I'm gonna move back up because that makes more sense if it's around here. These, let's put that like 40 by 40 or some shit. These are kind of the base system, so you would need to use the exact same system for the rest of the app. So instead of having what we currently have, which is not, I mean, yes, but not really an overlaying element. We need a color mix as well for the rest of the app's elements. So yeah, and if you were asking yourself, why the fuck are you not just selecting everything and saying zero gap, that's why. These are dual elements to get like the color mix system. Nonetheless, this is a thing that is working. One of the other very important thing that I have done and kind of showcased when I was working on the UI kit slash color situation is ensuring that my colors have the same amount of vibrancy, luminosity, and luminance in total when you are looking at them. So the way that I'm doing this is I'm making a big ass black thing on top and then adding saturation value, and then making sure, usually I have like all of the colors value next to each other, but making sure that the gradients from almost white to almost black, looks roughly the same, and you can kind of see that the orange right here is a tad bit brighter than these two. Um, so that kind of means that this is going to be more vibrant than the rest, and it's usually the case. So that's a bit of a trick that I have that works to help you. I don't know if I have like my color scheme things experiment stuff. I don't think I do. Also, side note about Figma being now traded company, and they have like showcased things. Today the app is extremely buggy, and I don't know why they do that every time, but they do that every time. So, you know, it's fun when it happens. Well, my colors though, that's not that's not there. That's crazy. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. Nonetheless, so if we do that with a use 500 and then mix with, you know, that's pretty good. It was pretty nice. I showcased this with the different colors. Technically this. So the initial like direction in where we could go, and then I disclosed the fact that I thought that this would be a much better branding and a much better impactful brand that people would remember, and that it would work for the target audience and so on. In which case they kind of agree, but not entirely, but kind of agree. So they wanted to take some time to think about it. So I'm waiting for them to reply to me on what direction they want to go for. And in the meantime, because I had to do stuff, I think this would be such an amazing loader for when the app is just like currently loading or switching modes or something. Like, that's a very cool thing. So, maybe that will happen. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. And specifically, the thing that I like the most about this whole system is that makes so much sense. Um, no, I can't. I still can't tell you what it is about. Um, the only thing that you know is that it is a social platform. Um, but that's about it. I can't give you anything. I can't give you anything. Um, so yeah, it's a bit of an interesting thing. The main point, and then yeah, we'll take a look at your website in a second. The main point that I had for this is that it's working. It does its job. It has the good presentation and so on. And maybe that specific like green hue is not what we want to go for, and we can 100% just change to another one. Like maybe you like the orange better, maybe you like blue better, like that. It's very that easy situation, but it is working for me as a millennial. It is working for them as well, in terms of the demographic. And I feel like this would be a bit more aligned with the Gen Z, Gen Alpha vibe that we're trying to go for, mainly based on the research that I have, where this is Gen Z ish, Gen Alpha ish. This is Gen Alpha for sure. And that's like a bit of a millennial for young. This is Japanese, so obviously it's going to work for everyone. And this one is also a bit of a millennial-ish thing, like older Gen Z, younger millennial type of situation. And we all basically on that, like the vibe that we have is around here mixed with that, and it's not like, ugh, it it's not exactly the goals that we have. Like these things are very much boring to a point. Like these stand out because they are stamps, and like it's meant to be fun, but that that is something that you would probably remember. Probably, I don't know. And then I had kind of some research on the app icon that just doesn't necessarily work. Um, this one works though for me. So, you know, it's the situation. But yeah, there has been, as I mentioned, there has been like so much research from my side right here that it is crazy. Like we went from page one exploration, research, reference, code generation for the design things, and so on, to creating some designs here and there for the logo and the direction in which we wanted to go, to figuring out something that made sense, then moving to exploring variation of the exact same thing 60,000 times. And yes, all of these have at least one thing that change every time. And it's just like so much, so much work. So much work for now at the end-ish of the project, me being like, you know what? Maybe we went in the wrong direction. Let me see if we can start again. uh, I love this, and they hated it. I'm sad about it. I'm sad. Isn't that cute? Anyways. Appreciate it. 24% done. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's broken. Okay, that's broken in terms of sizing, but that's fine. Um, that's understandable. Oh, you have scroll override. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. But what do you mean fix? On this? Based on... Like you're currently using an SVG and not text, and you would like... Yeah. No curves of letters looks pixelated. Because it is. Look at it. Look at it. If I zoom in, it's gonna be pixelated anyways. Eh. This doesn't work. I'm guessing you would have some sort of a score right here, at least. I like this section. That works. That makes sense. The map makes that has no business existing. It is too tiny to be visible and important and all recognized. The only thing that you could potentially do to keep it is that on hover, it grows in size by like 6x, but I don't think that's necessary. So I would um I would get something that is a bit more Canadian. Uh, God damn it, Canadian coded, meaning that it's like if you just have the Canadian flag, you're good. Like that's recognizable enough, and I don't need to zoom in. I know what it is. Um, so it would be the other way around. You would probably be like based in Montreal, Canada, with the Canada flag, without having or Quebec, without having anything else. But yeah, that's the thing. But that section is pretty good. These sections are interesting. So you have like that dual scroll situation where it does the job, but it doesn't do the job properly because it doesn't. Basically, your card height right there is not taking the proper height that it needs to take. Like you are at like 80, I'm guessing 80 VH, when you need to be at like 75. That's the like right now it's working because I'm opening the inspector, and that's good enough. But yeah, like right there, it's kind of broken, but it's fine. The fact that it's going back up automatically without me doing anything is kind of weird to me, but I get it. Um, Other than that, because we don't have much, it's fine. I think based on what we have here, where the fuck you at? um, Based on what we have here in terms of difference and the direction that you have selected, which I think is pretty good. Um, the only thing for me that is kind of weird as an element is your carousel at the top. Like these are good, these make sense. That is cool. This is fun, but that's very AI generated, coded for 2026. But that for some reason it's pulling me out of the design. It feels cheap, and I don't know exactly why. I think the top section like this is very luxury, high rewards, um, expensive type of thing, specifically with these buttons that are like metallic and so on. And then you end up on this, which looks like a very generic 2020, not even 2020, 2015 carousel. Um, so I don't know. Let me see if I can just show you something. Uh, like if I go into all time um, and web, I mean I can get this one because it works, but sorry, all time. Uh, and then sorting by whatever. These are basically the thing that you currently have, and specifically that effect of transition. It's not the transition that you want to have, but it looks like it. It looks like a reverse version of this, and I don't like it. It looks cheap. So I don't know exactly what could be done in order to stand out and still be in the luxurious environment that you have at the header. Um, but right now, to me, it feels kind of cheap. Let me get these two links. Yeah, that's the thing that seems very, very cheap to me. I You're not old enough to remember cover flow, and that's the reason, I think. Um, this is this is cover flow. This is a thing that we used to have on macOS since I think macOS 10 or macOS X. I forgot which one it was, but it is basically a presentation of the files that you have on your computer in a carousel version, and you could scroll through, and it was a very interesting, very similar color flow system like that, basically exactly that. And because this is what I grew up with when it comes to Mac OS and understanding Mac OS and so on, any carousel that has that effect to me is dated to the time where iTunes basically had this, and people were crazy about it at the time, which I agree. It was a really good, really interesting system and really fun to play with, specifically when you had it on your iPods and, you know, scroll through things. But, uh, you know, it kind of faded away for a reason, and it was replaced by Time Machine. That also kind of faded away because people don't like this visual things. So, to me, when I see this, I see cover flow, and it's fine. Like it's not a bad thing, but it's just not necessarily like the best option, at least from my point of view. Um, and then that is that's basically the same. Like I know that this is your reference, but I don't know. It feels kind of cheap to me. You know, welcome on in, welcome back. How is everything? How fat are you now? That's the question. How many uh how many kilos have you taken? He's still there. You're in the airport. Is that the situation? I thought you were doing um I thought you were doing Monday to Friday, and it is Friday still in Japan. But still, the question remains, how fat are you now? That's a bit of a too much thing right there. Uh, yeah, I know that this is basically what you wanted to have in terms of the transitions. Um, but yeah, Game Boy building and then about 5 hours for souvenir shopping. That's impressive. Game Boy building. Mm, mm, mm. Congrats. Also, why the fuck are you awake? It is like midnight. I have proof. I have proof. God damn. Yeah, I get it. So then I get it for the header to have some things, it makes sense. But eh. Today was the Kyoto comeback. I see. I see. I hope that was good. I hope you enjoyed. You probably did. I spent yesterday on this. Oh, you fly Sunday morning. Mm, congrats on that. Um, yeah, I spent yesterday on this, and I'm sad now. I just relooked at everything and where I could stay and so on, and I'm really impressed because some of the prices are lower than expected. And they just opened a new place right here, which seems to be really cool, not that expensive, and based on the fact that I need to be close to my hospital, that's pretty cool. I mean, my flat from before was really close, but it's like almost twice as expensive. So, yeah, it is impressive, right? It's just like, to me and my understanding of how Japanese function and so on, it's just we are aware of everything around us when we are in the masses, but we are not paying attention. And it's just the flow of things is just flowing. And if you are one of the people that is not in the flow of things, you stand out so much. So you need to be basically tapping into the regular things that Japanese have, which is just like, I'm going into that direction and I'm looking and I'm making sure that the ones behind me, like in the back, that's behind. On the sides in front of me are coming, and just like shifting my weight on some side and so on. It's pretty impressive. Um, but it is extremely organized because everything is organized. I mean, not everything, but like most of the things are organized to a degree that most other countries can't achieve within the things for trains, for example, that I love, which is pretty important to know when you are living there. When you're just visiting, it doesn't really matter. But then, when you're living there, it's something that is. I mean, when you're visiting, it's important as well. But when you have trains that are coming to the same um, platforms, yes, to the same platform at 3 minutes intervals, meaning that you'll have a train at 1 o'clock, a train at 1:02, and a train at 1:05. They are three different trains that may go into three different directions, but they are exactly in the same platform. So if you don't pay attention to the fact that, and that you are not aware to the fact that the Japanese trains are on time, and you arrive like at 1:01, and you think that you still have like your 1 o'clock train that is coming in, and then the 1:02 arrive, and you're like, cool, I got it, and it's the other one. That's the type of thing that happens at times that is just like, well, shit. Now I need to go back. So it happens, but it's nice. But yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this. This one is roughly the best option right now based on prices and things. This is like $1,000 a month, roughly, for 25 square meters things. So, you know. Sassy, hi, welcome on in. Not really. Jerome is currently in Japan, on a work trip with the company, and staying up until Sunday. And we're talking about stuff because I was on this website again and looking at the prices and crying about the fact that I'm not there yet. So no, sadly, we are not planning. I'm so sad. But I'm really impressed with this though. When I went there the first time, they didn't have that many properties. And in some places that I looked up um, earlier that I'm really impressed by, they bought they bought a building here and a building here. In another spot, which I forgot exactly where it is, they have, I think it's this one. They have the building and the building like in the same street. And I'm like, God damn, that's impressive. That is impressive. But yeah, no, I like that. And then again, if I go back and I'm like working at a remote company, I'm probably gonna go in Osaka because the prices are way smaller for bigger places, and they have less tourists for this. So, you know, it's neat. It's neat. Anyways, if you're going to souvenir shopping tomorrow for 5 hours, um, huh, buy clothes. Like buy, I know, but the fashion stuff and clothes and other things are going to be um, like pretty pretty good. Be careful with the massage section because you have different things. You have massage and you have massage. So be careful. Just yeah. No, quite the opposite, Denny. Uh, no, you did that for fun, but yeah, no, quite the opposite. Um, it's I mean, it's fine, but yeah, there are like so many things that you can do. We're gonna go back on the map because the map makes a lot of sense. Um, if you are there for like a very small amount of time, bitch, send me there. And you are here, that's your kinda, that's your hotel and so on. I would go in Shibuya and Shinjuku stations things to go into um, all of the fashion stuff that are in Takashi streets and so on that are around here. Most of these teeny tiny sub streets are going to be full of tourists, sadly, but also like full of businesses that are interesting and very Japanese and fashion oriented. So if you are into that, like all of that street is pretty cool. If you're not into that, the Takeshita Street is for food and all the things that this is the one with the common pictures when you just see the heads of everyone and it's just packed. So avoid that. There is way too many people for what it is, specifically because if you don't go into the main street, but you go into this one, for example, you have the same thing and there is no one there. So no one's aware of this one. The path that is right about here. No one goes there. There is a nice piercer somewhere around here or there. I forgot which one it is. Anyways, my tattoo artist is around here. But I would go there. But if you don't want to go too far away and you kind of want to stay around where you are and around where your things are, I'd go somewhere around here. So you are like further up in the Shinjuku station, near the Godzilla head, as we said. If you go somewhere around here, you would have like some of the fashion stuff, some of the food stuff, which is close by and really good. And then if it's, I think it's hot right now, but if it's not raining, the the park, if you just want to relax, you know, uh, just uh, just relax, just just go in the park and relax. From there, that's about like 15 minutes. Uh, Stop in a 7-Eleven on the way, take like 3 onigiri, and then just sit there in the grass. It's a nice park. It's a nice park. But yeah, I'm sweating my ass off in Japan in that time. Um, if I remember correctly, we had like 30 degrees today. Yeah. Yeah. So 32, 31. It's it's a lot. It's a lot. I get it. I get it. Yeah, it's a nice thing. The Going back to what I said at the beginning of the stream on the fact that I turned on the AC last week and I turned on the heater this week. Um, Japan temperatures last time when I was living there were gradually coming in, meaning that it's just like it's gonna be cold-ish, and then it's a bit warmer, a bit warmer, a bit warmer, and your body has the time to adapt to the fact that, okay, it is a warmer season, and then in sometimes during these, then you end up with like some days that are like colder than others, but it's fine. Whereas here, as I said, I've just had 2 days, not back to back, but almost, with 20 degrees of difference. It's crazy. So, you know, that pisses me off. So I like these weathers, and I don't mind the very hot climates, and I mean, I like cities, so it makes sense to me. But yeah, but yeah, just go there. That's the I wish we had a way to just, do that. But not be inside. I want to be outside, bitch. Yeah, there. Um, your hotel is around here. And on that street specifically, that big street, you would have most of the manga, video games, and so on. If I remember correctly, we have. There is the Sega shop somewhere around there. I forgot where it is. I forgot if it's still open. Um, but yeah. And then if you want to buy souvenirs for the girlfriend and so on, go there. Go in the pharmacy slash not there. In the department store and so on. But yeah. It's a nice thing. You can stay around there with absolutely no issues, um, and be pretty fine. Like that's and no, Denny, these are not neon lights. Yeah, damn. It's so packed, I can't even drop the little guy to navigate this thing. properly. Why am I inside? Makes no sense. Why is it yellow today? This seems like a picture that has been taken about 10 years ago and doesn't want me to navigate through things. Yeah, that's a more common environment. But yeah, around here you would have like a ton of things. Frank, welcome on in.
F. Boucheros raided my stream with 7 viewers.
How are you? How is the stream? Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, we're currently talking about Japan for no particular reasons. Otherwise, we're helping Denny on the portfolio / personal website landing page design that needs to happen. So that is the day. But if you have design question, as always, feel free to ask. If you need a raid and run, please do that. If you need a raid and stay, please do that as well. But yeah, also that was supposed to have an image of your face, and it didn't, and I'm sad about it. You're working on a little game. Interesting. If you want to share the game, I would love to take a look at it. I would love to take a look at it. So yeah, that's the... I'll go back. You can go into the rest room. The restroom is gonna be fine. But you know, there is so many things that you can do, so many family mods that you can get in, explore, get a massage as well. These ones are gonna be fine. The one that are advertised at the floor level, safe. The one that are advertised at a top level, this one is fine. But also depending on the district or the small district within the district, if the population is older, these are really cool, really helpful. And the food at this same level are gonna be really good as well because it's just like so cheap, so cheap. And yes, New Woman is good. It's a big ass one. If you go into again, so you are here, and as I mentioned, you have the big ass Godzilla head that is here. You have the big ass Don Quixote, which is going to be packed with tourists, but there is everything in there, and it's a bit more expensive than the rest. And if you want to be a bit more on a pricier side of things, which I doubt, you can go into the Isetan, which is somewhere around here or here. I always forget because they don't highlight it as much as they need to. You have it here, right there. And you can go in there. This one is a massive everything store that is mostly fashion, women, cosmetic, shoes, but a lot of things. And if you go downstairs, there's the food hall, and the food hall is so good. That's yeah, going for the food is always a good idea. How did they get into the fucking subway? I don't know. Anyways. You can see the New Woman from your room. I see. I see. Then you are indeed very close. Indeed very close. But yeah, go there. It's fine. It's a nice one. Reminiscing. I need to stop that. I see. That's interesting. I never did it. I never really found like the that activity specifically to be attractive or interesting to me. Um, I think I would, because now I have a better level of conversation and I can just like, uh, have a chat with them. But yeah, at the time was not necessarily the thing that was appealing to me. Um, so yeah. Other than that, Denny, I think we agree. Um, that's nice. Um, I mean, it's just like 24% done, as you said. So that auto scroll is just so weird. Just so weird. Um, and also, why the fuck do you have this as an SVG? That's the question that I had that I didn't answer myself. You have these two things. What level of fuckery do you have? Is it just because of the effects? And you can't figure out the effects? Yeah, that's the reason. Uh, you need to reduce a tad, just a tad. Um, just a tad. Did you, Jerome, did you enjoy like the rice? I know this is like such a niche things, but I miss the rice, just the rice. The rest is really good as well, but like the cheapest sushi that you can find in the supermarkets, the thing that are prepared on the day for extremely cheap, the rice is so good. And I miss that because the the onigiri that we have in France are so shit, and most of the rice that we have in France is so shit that yeah, it's so sad. It's so sad. But yeah, my I'm going. Um, you need that in your life. That you, if you haven't yet, if you haven't yet, find yourself a place that does that, um, and um, and that does that well. Yes, you got one of these the yellow box. Ah. The amount of time that I ate these things on a weekly basis, my God, my God. They are extremely easy to make, but are they made in Japan? But yeah, no, they do really good. The katsusando are really nice. Um, they make sense. There is a shop in Shibuya that I used to go to that was really nice, and then my ex wanted to bring me to one that is popular, and then we never went there, which I think is a good thing because it was kind of packed. We went to a place that is known for that with her parents at some point, and it was very good. But yeah, it's a very foreigner food. I would say that. Like it's the same thing um as the regular tuna mayo. This is the onigiri for the foreigners. So every time that we go there, we just get the tuna mayo because that's the not the best, but it's like the most foreigner friendly thing. And it's good. And then once you stay a bit more, um, you you try the other ones, and yeah, it's nice. It's not as salty as it should be, but it's nice. I don't like this one. I like that. These ones are really good, without the algae, the nori around it. These ones are really nice. They have um, they have Pokemon onigiri from time to time, and Hex, welcome back. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for the raid again. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. We'll see. We'll see you soon. So they have these things that are pretty fun, and when they do these, they have like the half eggs in one of them, and it's one of the best that I have had in Japan, and it is crazy how good it is. But the thing that is fun for me is like, um, like 7-Eleven is gonna have some Pokemon specific themed onigiri, and then Family Mart is gonna have the same thing with different Pokemons, and then another chain is gonna have like different things, and it's just, yeah. Um, 5K is fine. I think I have like uh roughly the same thing. I think I have like let me check. Nope. Yeah, I have 2K on my speaker. Because yeah. Chipuli, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Um like the Family Mart one are different. But they work. God damn. God damn. You should do a tier list. You should do a tier list. Makes sense. Makes sense. Um you know, I would highly recommend to check the convenience stores. 5K is fine. Tier list is easy content. The the usual thing, and specifically like um it's with an A. It's with an A. I forgot if it's the regular one. I think it's the regular one. He did at some point with Chris specifically testing every single sandwiches. Uh, and yeah, easy content. Very easy content, but obviously like all of that is, I mean, he's posting so much that it's been a while. Yeah, and even, and this is gonna sound bad, but this one is really good. This is the rice and salt, and it's nice. Like it's the type of thing that you take when you know that you're about to go drink with friends. So you take two of these because they help. They help a lot. But yeah, no, get yourself some clothes. You know, that's a nice thing. Um, if you have if the girlfriend has asked for things, like cosmetics and so on, go there, buy stuff. But yeah. The tech around where you currently are is not as good. It's going to be more expensive than in other places. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend you to go there. Because you are near Shinjuku, and Shinjuku being very much fashion oriented, you will have a ton of things that are like not as expensive as in other places. So yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Um, what? So how did the TikTok things work? Sassy, that's the because you did the homework. How did it go? How did it go? Did you did you find the posting currency easy to maintain? As in, you open the app, you start to post something, whatever the fuck it is, and then you go scroll, or nah? Because I know that it can be a bit complicated to do when you are just starting. So, I don't know exactly what is currently um, currently nice. This one is good. That's true. That is true. I'm gonna I'm gonna say that. Um, basically, uh, that girl is talking about this medicine things, which is related to tummy ache or bloating. Um, and it is true that it is very impressive when you have someone that has like tummy issues and you get bloated often. And usually women have a tendency to have that happens. I do too. But this one is really good. And it's a very simple thing. You take like three of the pills and then you're done. And it just no bloating. I don't know how it works, but it works and it's great. I don't know the name, but it's that yellowish bottle, so that's an interesting thing. And then the other thing that you may not be able to get access to, mainly because it would mean that you need to go through customs with like more liquids, so like shampoo and oils and so on. These might not be worth taking. Um, if you are someone that is into pens and writing, Japan has a lot of very, very cool pens. So, you know, maybe check that out. Other than that, I feel like the rest is going to be the same as usual. So, whatever works for you will works for you. That's that's the thing. Other than that, yeah. There's so many stationery that are in there. That is true. That is true. Um, I haven't seen. You said I haven't seen it yet because I'm trying to not burn out with it. I don't know what you mean by that. Um, I want a thing. Yes, please, please share the thing. And also, Sass. Sass? Sass. Interesting. Sassy. Please share the link to your own TikToks so that we can take a look. With the name and so on, you know, all day. All day. That makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, if you want to do some coffee content, that's nice. That's nice. That makes sense. It's a long form video. Sorry, I just saw that. That's a long form video. Goddamn. I think this is good. As I mentioned before, it's like having just voiceover things is a very simple way to have like longer contents. If you can, always have your videos be 1 minute and 1 second and up. Like, ensure that this is always like 1 minute and 1 second up. That might be very interesting for the algorithm because they monetize at 1 minute plus after a certain amount of time and so on. But if you have like if most of your videos are 1 minute plus and then you get the monetization system, they roll back on these videos sometimes, like when you end up with the thing. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, that's good. Congrats on that. Let me just follow you as well, so that you know we have some interactions in there. Okay, so you say I took part in the till poster design contest for our design week. Didn't get into the top 5, so if you'd like, I'd show you my thing and the top 5, and perhaps you'll tell me how it was totally robbed. Yes, for sure, for sure. Why is that here? Send it to me here. But yeah, posting like a 1 minute plus video is gonna be helpful for you to get in the thing. But as you said, also you yap a lot and you have yap ability, so yeah, it's it's an option. But that's good. That is good. Which is great. I mean, you can't have good results if you don't yap on. I mean, you can, but like it's easier on stream, on TikTok, on Instagram. If you just talk, the thing that I want to also mention, and I need to be here when I say this. um, do it for at least 3 months. Better 6, even better 1 year before you decide to quit or continue. Because that will because that will sorry, I saw the zip come in, and I'm like, I see it. Because that would help you in the long run in knowing if the thing is just like a matter of you didn't like it and therefore you stopped, or you didn't see the result in terms of numbers and you stopped, because that's two different reasons. Most of the times people are just like discouraged and stop doing the things as posting in the beginning because there is no reward in the beginning. Like it's just you will have like 100 views, 300 views ish, and then that's about it. So that's uh that's a thing. That is a thing. You have a you have a preview and a full view, but it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Which one do I take a look at? I guess the 2 megabytes one, which is the bigger of the two. I see, I see. Um, yeah, exactly. The 3 months to train an audience, kind of, but yeah. Um, and yes, that's true. um, the old to be transparent, I see. Uh, I like it. It represents a ton of things that are like not necessarily linked together. There are some things that kind of make sense. There is a ton of micrographics that I wouldn't really see. I don't know exactly what size it it would be at. You know, like that's your one like real size thing. So all of these, which are market candles, which is what I'm seeing, are interesting, but I don't know exactly if that makes sense per se. But if it's a big poster, then it makes sense and it's fun. There are some things in there, like the pixelation is interesting. I feel like that's a nice presentation of an addition, but it's just like subtle in two places right there. And I think there is another one around here, but that's about it. Um, so the task was bubbles in Lithuanian. I'm not going to try. Bubbly. Interpreted as AI bubble, which seems, yeah. Um, so I see a lot of things. I see a lot of things. Let me close that. Click on that link. And then before I say anything, I'm gonna go pee and then we talk about it. All right. You saying the number one makes you sad, and we need to take a look at that. I agree with you. Um, all right, all right. So this one is interesting, but not as like not in a good way. Um, this is fine, but it's also very AI generated gradient, like the blue to pink gradient that the AI are generating right now. So that's very interesting. If I decompose it in its composition, that's the goal. It has or it takes from a lot of Swiss design for the posters layout. So it is like it is decomposed in a way that just like makes sense with the text that is split in different portions, um, and such. But it is really bad in terms of composition for the bubbles, and the big bubble in the background doesn't help in a lot of ways. So this is, I don't like it, but I understand that if you abstract the bubbles from the background, just the text position is a pretty good system so far. This one is nice. It's an interesting system. It works. I feel like it's a bit of a copy of something that I've seen before, but that doesn't really matter. I don't understand this section. If this is the logo of the event, then it makes sense. If that's not the case, I don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything. And then the positioning of the layout itself is kind of weird. This is centered, this is on the side, but it's not like anchored to anything properly. And then this teeny tiny text right here makes no fucking sense. So it's better than the first one from my point of view, but that's personal preferences, as always. This one is fun for the 3D-ness of it, but that's about it. The effect on the title is kind of shitty. I'm seeing the same logo, so I'm guessing that this is probably the logo of the thing in question. And then the placement of that is really bad compared to this. Like the anchors are not correct, visually speaking. So this is lazy in my own perception. But yeah, um, that's an interesting thing. It's working. That's what, Um, that's the thing. This one is good from my point of view because of the color scheme that is in there and the kind of oily paint or oil on water situation around here with the holographic inside. There is the shape of, I'm guessing, multiple people in there when you look at it. Like they're all hidden figures of arms and ass and titties and heads and all of that that is in this central section, which is interesting. Dennis, what got in on YouTube? It does look like a jellyfish slash medusa. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. So I can see the hidden meaning within it. I still have some issues with their alignments. Like there is something with the jellyfish. Yes, did I say jellyfin? That sounds like a I'm infected by Stony. Uh, so it has something interesting to it. Um, what layout wise, structure wise, it's kind of that's it. And then the thing in the center, which is fine, but yeah. Um, I don't mean you bored. What happened? And then this one is I I can't. I can't be nice about it. I'm sorry about that. Um, the gradient in the background is going through that muddy brown in the center, which is not good whatsoever. Every single bubble is the exact same with the rotation. So they created one of the gradients once and they were like, oh, damn, that's so good. Let me just duplicate it 16,000 times with no research on how to do it. And most importantly, for me being me and being such a dick when it comes to um, lighting and lighting persistence, the light is coming from here based on that highlight here. This one is debatable as a point. This one is the same, and then this one is the opposite way. Why? That makes no sense. And then they all have opposite way. Like this one is vertical. This one is in the exact same space. So this is weird to me. I don't like this one. So in they are all very Swiss, and I agree with that. The only thing that I'm like potentially with yours, god damn it. Like if the preview is the one that you sent, you have a lot of structural elements in the background. The only thing that I would say is one of the reasons that you may have been disqualified slash not selected is the fact that these are not bubbles. They are something else. They are blobs, metables, something that is like, it looks more like a filled glass than a filled with air bubble type of thing. So, like that's the first thing that I'm seeing here. I do understand the metaphor with the AI bubble, but that might not have been understood by the people that are there, and also like the other thing that is kind of complicated specifically with creative work, if you talk about AI, you are going to be disqualified just by the simple fact that you know about it, right? There's like, oh yeah, shit, they talk about AI and they are an artist. I don't trust them because they kind of know what it's about in something, and there is a lot of people that would just disqualify you by the simple fact that you have said the word. So, eh, like that's there are candle charts, yes. That's candle charts with a price. It is. Um, so there is that, and then when we look at the one that you sent afterwards, I think this is not as good as the first one. So if this preview is the one that you sent under deadline, I think it is better layout wise compared to this one. Because this one has a bit of a readability issue with the word bubble eye, but that's a different thing. Structurally speaking, you're good. I feel like if you had kept the structure line, it might have been seen more appreciated. And then me, that's just me. I would have integrated the candles within the glass. So if I have something like this, and let me just drop that in, and let's say you have that right there, I would probably have done something like this right about here. So within the glass element, probably would have just bent the candle in whatever direction it needs to be. I think right now, because it's supposed to be the other way around, I would probably have done some things like that, cut exactly like where it needs to be, and then have like the effect and the thing that you wanted to get in, um, probably, because that would make sense to me. Like shit like this could have helped with the creativity of the creation of the bubbles, and like people would understand, oh yeah, these are bubbles, that makes sense. I get it. But it's like, it's not much work. It is a ton of work still because of the amount of candles that you have within it. But if you made this in Blender or in Cinema 4D, I would basically have created the candles within the 3D software directly instead of bothering with doing that after the fact. But nonetheless, that doesn't change much in the fact that if we just go into um, something like one of these, let me see. Um, I know we have like a Swiss poster layout, cheat sheets type of things, like things like this. When we look at these things and the creations, I think some of these are going to be very much similar. You can kind of see how the the layouts from the others and why they have been selected, mainly because they are following these patterns or these patterns for their creations, and specifically for where they are posting some of the lettering and so on. For you, my main issue that I have with the version that you sent with the text around here is the fact that you have the text in a direction that is uh, against readability. So, depending on where you're from and how you read text, we have a habit of reading in a very specific way to some things. So, that's going to be big. I was, I was expecting that to be smaller than this. Um, so, for example, here, for me, that's a me thing. Don't worry about it. I would just. I don't know if I can do that without breaking everything, specifically with the dotted lines, but that makes it easier to read. And I know, I know, it's a dumb move, but the difference in between these two, if you switch with the text on that side, like you have with the first letter at the bottom, it needs to be on the left side of the poster because that's where your head is gonna go. Like you are, I mean, right now on camera it looks weird, but like you get the idea. If I'm here and I'm tilting my head this way to read something that is vertically bottom to top, it's on the left. But if it's on the right, I'm gonna turn my head to the right on the poster itself because I'm looking at something that is on the right of the poster. In which case, this makes more sense because therefore I have the first letter at the top where it's supposed to be. Supposed to be. But again, we are, in terms of human in languages so far, as far as I know, most of us are reading from left to right and from top to bottom. So when you end up with this, with your first letter being capitalized, like two capitalized letter, I could read that starting with an A, like I, A, and then be like, what the fuck is an LNP. Oh, fuck, that's an R. Let me turn my head in the other way, like the other way. So that for me is easier to read than this, um, just for that simplicity of alignments. And then you have also something that I, and me being me, that is still the same thing that hasn't changed. I would love for this to have been placed at a very specific square value, meaning that these things would have needed to be, uh, but not here. So basically have them here. That's my positioning change. Um, and it helps with the positioning for your eyes to anchor to something. You have the space, and it feels more aligned together. I know you have your grid with your alignments and stuff in the backgrounds, but sometimes, specifically in Swiss design, you kind of need to break from the grid in order to stand out. So that's the thing that I would do. And same thing for the text here. I would have something that is like probably bigger than this, um, and probably somewhere around here for the alignments, so that it's just like it's interesting. But I also would have had the B within the bubble glass so that it's like deformed. But again, I get it. um, so that's the thing. I do like the texture that you have in the glass element, blobby element. I feel like this is pretty good. Um, it makes sense. Um, have a good sleep. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the walking or the resting tomorrow. And the food, as always. As always. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Um, so yeah, I would change that a bit just so that we have like a bit more white space around there, specifically because it could also have the logo from the entity that is doing this thing. Because you don't have the logo in there, and I don't know if it was like a necessity on the request from them of you having the logo in the poster, because all of the other five, uh, except the first one. The first one doesn't, but the other three have the logo somewhere in there. So I don't know if that's like something. Um, the last point, even though, you know, uh, I don't know. Do we know that person? Do the judges know that person? Is it the niece of one of the judges? We never know. So that is something that is probably potentially tipping point in situations. Not, you know, not a necessity, but I mean, technically, you see this. You see these effects on the blobs, on the text, on whatever. I would have used the exact same thing. So right now, it could have, um, been good. Nonetheless, that's the that's a bit of alignment that I would have changed here and there. There is a lot of like deconstruction that happens on your end, where basically you have this massive element that is um, right there that that's your central piece for the creation, and then you have two very simple things, like one here and one there, and this is your construction, and the rest is just like micrographics all around. So it might be a bit too simplistic for the construction of a poster like this, and that might be the reason why the other worked, because they have broken down the layout with the word, like same thing here. This one I really don't understand. This one I did potentially, it's a bit of a framing situation, and this one is not good. But the other thing that I want to potentially mention, because I don't know, um, how old are they? Like, how old was that person? I know you don't know, but like that's the type of thing that you could also see as a based on knowledge, based on past experience, based on other things. There is creativity for someone that is, I don't know, I'm going to say something out of nowhere, in between 10 years old and 15 years old. They haven't seen much, and therefore their first attempt at being part of an art community and a challenge, it needs to be rewarded in a way that is pretty much positive in order to help them grow in that department. And maybe the creator here is kind of young, and they have like the structure is good, but it's just like not great, but it has a good foundation that if we nurture that, then the person can become a greater artist or have a greater sense of artistic things in the future. And that might also happen to skew the judges in a different way. So there is so much thing that you need to take into consideration when you're reviewing challenges that yeah, it's it's a thing that is complex. So I get it. I think this one is pretty interesting for the structure, and when it comes to, I'm gonna be disconnected again. God damn it. 1 second. Let me reconnect. This takes 60,000 times every time. Scan this thing. Um, there is a very specific account that I wish I will find because it's good. Um, I think the number two is really good. I agree with that. Um, did I save these though? Like it's an account, a Chinese account that is showcasing layout and composition uh, in a way that is just easy to follow. And I know I liked some of their posts, but that's been like it's been a while. It's been a while. So yeah. The layout is bad, but if they had like moved things around, it would have been so much more interesting. Yes, you are supposed to look at pixelated stuff because there is so much ass on this platform that I can't show you. I can't show you the ass. Um, um, wait. If only I was following them. Let me just check. Maybe I do. Maybe, you know. It's just gym stuff, as always. Um, can I check my followings? I can't check my followings from there. Can I check my followings on my phone? Is that an option? I can do that. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find their content. That's not the one that I have in mind. That's documents, that's different. That's not it. God damn it. This is Xiangshu, which is the Chinese child of Pinterest, Instagram, and TikTok together. And it's pretty good. It is really cool. I'm obviously not finding the thing that I'm trying to find, which is really bad. But basically, it's an account that is showcasing how to do composition, and they are doing that with obviously Chinese content. So there is a ton of things that we cannot do because of the characters that they have access to, and the understandability of like 3 characters that takes like way less space than what we have to explain. But kind of sad that I don't have them. Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have it. Oh my god, another one. But it is like it's a very cool system where they just show you the most basic poster, and then how to make it better, basically in about a second and a half. And it's pretty good. It helps. It is Red Note, yes, if you want to pronounce it in the English version. Yes. Which is Xiangshi. Do we have any of them in there? I don't think so. I don't think so. Nonetheless, that doesn't change the fact that if you are interested in poster design and so on, getting inspired by something that is not Swiss design is going to help you a ton. You will have things that just stand out in a way that you have never seen before, in their creation, their creativity of how to showcase content and so on. It's like way more interesting than some others. Sometimes. So, like sometimes that's all you need. But nonetheless, this is roughly the same thing. So your current system is going for this diagonal situation where you have like one thing in almost every corner. And I think if you went with a more structurally sane system, you will probably have had a better output, but it's interesting. I wish we had like the other ones. It's a great resource. The thing that I love about it is the fact that it adapts to your search, it adapts to the thing that you are doing, what you like, what you don't like, what you skip, and therefore the feed is gonna just adapt to the content, which is like why I have so much ass on mine, because obviously I like it, but like that's the thing. It's pretty good. But yeah, they have like shit like this where they explain how to position the elements. And I think right now you went with a diagonal thing that is not necessarily good enough for the the placement, and for the jellyfish, um, same thing. It's too central. It could be better if it was like on the side or bigger or something. But I wish we had like the post in question because they are good and they also are on TikTok. Someone is ripping the content from Xiangshi and then uh, posting it with an overdub in English, which is kind of weird, but it makes sense at times. Nonetheless, it's interesting. So, not to linger too much on this, I think your visual is interesting. The blob is interesting. The concept and the messaging behind it is interesting as well. But the structure is not exactly what we would expect from a poster for readability much. But I mean, I understand it. I think I would probably have had, personally speaking, the the text split like the others have done, to make it like kind of work. So if I go with this, it's kind of sad because we are losing some of the lines. But if we most of the others have split the words in different positions, so I don't really know exactly how things are supposed to be done. But if we have if is that a correct split for the letters, or is that not a correct split? It's also kind of it's also very interesting the fact that this is a BBL, which means something else since we talk about ass. Uh, yeah, you would do AI here, and that's the reason why you have your A in caps, like A and I as capital letters. But it's just like, how do you pronounce the word? Is the split b, bo, I, or is it b, b, lie? Um, I think I'm gonna try something. Because maybe your issue here is a positioning situation. Nah. No need for the vectors. No, not fully. That's too far away, but like that. Definitely work on it. How are you? How's the day going? How's the test flight going? Like you probably would need these at some point. So these micrographics could be micrographics for real, meaning that if you have them right there, it's an interesting composition so far. Um, but like that potentially based on the concept um is potentially working and better for or from the judge point of view based on the fact that they seem to have liked the deconstructed other system. So you know that works, that exists. um there is like so many things that I would potentially switch and change and play with because of other things. Like for me, the R being like one of the candle could be a very interesting thing from a layout point of view because of the angle of the stem. The AI being somewhere around here might be like too far off, and people one might not really understand what it's relating to. But as long as you have your, that's the wrong thing. As long as you have your composition alignment in your structure when it comes to like your build, then you should be somehow like kind of okay with it, if that makes sense. Like that from here is like 81, which is supposed to not be the case here, but like it's the same on the other side. So I'm aligning both of them to like 80 on both sides, and then I'm also getting somehow um like a bit more than 80, but it's still in the that 8 point range that I like to have. Bottom is a bit too much for my taste. Um but that would kind of work. And then again, from my point of view, there is a ton of things that needs to be blobbed. I know. And split in order to make this whole thing like more interesting. So this one, for example, I would probably get that. I'm gonna do that very much badly. And then I don't think we have the ability to do so though. That's the thing that it's kind of sad from my point of view. Um, Like that section that is within should be either lighter or different or something. And then it probably needs some sort of a texture or an effect within it, just so that it's in there and you recognize that the R is in there, but it's not necessarily the thing that you will see all the time. So that's a thing. Obviously, this is bad, but it's working. And if you have it within like the 3D software, then you end up with something that is a bit better. So that's good. I thought I just changed the fucking gradient right there. What the fuck do you mean? Um, yeah, like that's an interesting thing. Um, Potential just to get like the understanding that it is in between things. There is a need for so many other activities like the bee and so on needs to reflect within here, so you would have somehow like in that right there, you would have something like this. Would have. um, Something like this that just like I don't like it. But there would be some refraction and reflection of the letters, of the strips and so on. I do think that this is a not necessarily a better composition, but it's a more fun um like thing. Again, this is a reaction to what I have seen from the winners. So that doesn't mean that I would have come up with this on my own. um, this is something that is important to remember, where it's just like, well, I've seen that the winners have had a good outputs with like bright colors and breaking up the words and having like an interesting composition, even though kind of rigid, then maybe something like this could work. But yeah, that's the thing. If I just wanted to be me, I would do that. I would play with that. Your light source is right there. You know. um, Maybe not using that glass for the ball, maybe just for the AI because it's more like it's more appropriate to have the AI glass, AI bubble situation. Um, but there is something about like consistency and links in between the words and your composition. Again, from the first thing that I've done of having like, which I removed, but having the tail of your candles being like within the glass, playing with that dispersion and having that within the bubbles seems more interesting composition wise. The positioning as well is pretty interesting. I like this for this placement. I also feel like you may have been able to do the exact same thing right here, um, and be good about it, you know? And I potentially would have done something like this with these texts instead, just because that comp makes kind of sense to me instead of that. Um, just because you want to get like if I go back here, because that's what I said earlier, you have your main thing that is on the diagonal, and then because you are on the diagonal, you want it to absolutely fill this angle and this angle because they were empty in the first place. So if you just let the shape live and put everything on the side where it needs to be, that might have been a bit better. And then here I'm just maximalist on everything, so just like whatever. Um, but yeah, like that's I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. I'm gonna be honest on that. I don't like it, but it's another direction in which you could have gone. I feel like it might have been too straight down. And again, as a reaction to the winners, I don't understand some of the winners. Like I don't understand this one. I really don't understand this one. I do like this one. I think that this is pretty interesting. It has a bit of an issue with the kerning in between the letters, but that's fine. And then this one just doesn't make a lot of sense either. But um, for the same reason as earlier, breaking the words right here, breaking the words right there, not breaking the words but having a texture, not breaking the words but having a bit of a weird thing in the center, and then uh, not having the word bubble anywhere in the poster, which is, I think, interesting as well. But other than that, yeah, I think you did pretty good, all things considered. From all the things that you already have in there, this is pretty good. I don't know. Again, it because I don't know the judges, I I can't really say. Uh, there was this design challenge that I've done last year that I've streamed that I wasn't supposed to be streaming. What's the name of this? What's the name of this? This is old now. I understand why I didn't win, you know? that's that's very important to mention prior to showing you anything if I find the fucking file again, which again I doubt I found it. I doubt I will found it. Found it? Find it? Yeah. Um Within the candles, you have things in there. What was the name of this? And did I keep that in my draft? I don't think it's so old. Did I delete it? I don't think so. Maybe. Wait, I forgot the name of the thing. That's the main issue that I have right now. Just I don't remember. I don't remember. It's not gonna be in the recent, that is for sure. Um, and if it's in somewhere, it's either in the other files. It is right there. So, Design Flows 2025 was a product design concept contest where they basically said the goal of this thing is to create an app for a bot, basically, like a robot that is for a station on the moon. So that's the thing. What I like about it is that I had information about the judges. I knew for a fact that if I were to contact them, I would have been disqualified. That was from the brief and so on. But I had seen their faces. I could go on their website or on their LinkedIn or on their profiles to learn about them and see what they like as a general rule, so that I can then potentially like make something that speaks to them. And then when you look at the previous winners for things, most of these felt uh, very boring and not as good. So, like that was the thing. And then for the winners for this one, the one that I participated in, um, I don't like 99% of them. I think this one was pretty good. Um, but that's about it. Like the others are not as good in terms of what we have as an option. And then there is a ton of things that just like rely a ton on visuals. Like this one is good because the images in the background are good. So for you, for the posters themselves, if the visual doesn't speak to the person that is looking at it, you will probably not be seen as positively or negatively, just because it's just like it's not as good. The other thing that I'm seeing from, my point of view and so on, is that I would have probably been able to win something if I had been able to explain by speaking, because otherwise it just doesn't make a lot of sense to showcase what I have, because it's just like, well, the goal is to transform with the most creative slash UX friendly behavior for these things, and therefore voice is the only thing. Like, the concept was, we have the technology to put scientists on the moon. There is an exo city that lives on the moon. Everyone has suits because there is no like oxygen and so on. But you controls bots that can go fetch and harvest minerals on the moon. That's the plan. So for me, if I'm doing things as a scientist within the lab and I'm asking the bots to do things, I'm asking the bots to do things. I'm not like touching my phone and doing things to get access to the bots. I'm just like trusting them to be good enough AI to be good enough to figure out exactly what to do. And when I'm looking at all of these things, everyone is doing the exact same concept. And apparently, I'm almost the only one that has done a voice-based navigation. So in terms of practical UX, I obviously think that I have had the best option in total, but it also means that my not understanding, but like my presentation and so on was not good enough to make them understand what I had in mind here. And the design itself was kind of not as good as I could have done, for sure. That this one was fun, but that's it. It was just fun, not for any other reason. And I also decided to go for a sideways screen instead of anything else. So that was something that, you know, they probably haven't seen in the past, but it happens. Anyways, context and contests are complicated, but if you have like the understanding, then that's good. You have jokes in the candles. I can't read that. I opened the preview. God damn it. The last candle. Is it this one that you call the last candle? Or is it the top section? The meow? Oh, you mean that? The fact that this is a candle itself that does the thing. I get it. I don't understand how these things work and doesn't work at most times. Like I'm trying to get this to just unlock itself, but holy shit. I see. I see. It is. It is the cat. It is the cat indeed. Indeed. But yeah, no, I think overall you're good. One of the things that I'm seeing as well, and I don't know if that was intentional, but it looks like a hand. It looks like a chubby hand with either a finger or thumb right there, and then other fingers that are trying to reach for something. So it's interesting, but it's not a hand enough hand so that people are like, oh yeah, that's a hand. I get it. So it yeah. Um it's interesting. But yeah, I understand. Like there is 6 fingers. That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know. I think right now, um, because of AI, yes. um, that composition is mostly striking, like a striking difference. So if I go back into here, for example, and we're just gonna look for, I'm gonna save that first because this is cute. Um, let's just look at like poster design and let's go into inspiration just for no fucking ID option, whatever. Other than the fact that this one is animated, if I'm just looking at this, some of them will stand out more than others for you and for me for different reasons. And maybe it stands out because the layout is interesting. Maybe it stands out because the color is interesting and not the color that we have seen. Maybe the shape is there to help. But most of the reasons are proper to you as a viewer. And so when you're creating a poster to stand out in a competition specifically, but also a poster for everything else, you want your thing to stand out in a way that people will look at it on the street and be like, damn, I remember this thing that I've seen, or I'm gonna look at it for a reason. I know that there is like a thing. I think it's Mr. Beast that said that, and that pisses me off that I have that as a quote in my head. But it's the purple cow type of thing, when he's saying that if you are like driving in the countryside and you have cows on the side, you're probably not gonna look at it. But if there is one of them that is purple, you're gonna fucking look at it because what the fuck is a purple cow? And that's the type of thing that you want to have in your poster as well. So you want the thing to stand out as much as possible in order to be remembered. And sometimes it's just a matter of colors, sometimes it's just a matter of composition. Most of the time, the thing is just going to be shape and colors. So you want the shape to stand out so much, um, and colors to stand out so much. As you said, the color got mixed up, which means that potentially they have received a version of the thing that you have that is not like the proper colors that you wanted to have. I don't know, which is not good. But like I would remember this one because it's striking when it comes to the color itself. Um, Going back to what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, you were not here yet. For the client that I'm currently working on for, um, not that, we are currently doing these. Like that was our initial ID direction thing. And I said, I feel like this is not going to be standing out too much. Like as a brand is going to be okay, but it's not going to stand out too much. And for the target audience that we have, this is not going to be good enough. So I'm proposing this instead. And it's using similar shapes, similar things. We have like the same IDs, the same effects here and there, but we are changing the visuals, and we are also ensuring that in the loading screens and the animation and so on, we have that very memorable thing that basically embodied the fact that everyone is unique and it's a place for everyone. And so everyone can come in. Whoever you are, you can just come in, and that you have that as a loading screen on the app is pretty interesting. Um, and we'll see if that works. We'll see if this is the thing that we are going for at the end of the day. But for now, that's what we have, or at least that's what I'm proposing to them. So we'll see if they agree with me with the fact that this is very much millennial safe and working as a brand, or if they want to go more with the target audience that we have and explore that. But we'll see. We will see. You know, it's uh, it's a fine thing. It's a fine thing. So yes, for you right here, I feel like it's a tad bland, which is kind of sad to say, but it's it's a tad bland. So maybe if you had something like a brighter kind of contrast in between your blues and orange, it may have um kind of stood out a bit more. I'm very much like breaking shit, but you know, like that's potentials. Um, that's interesting. um, but yeah, I can see that. Like when you look at them side by side, this one's kind of stand out a tad more just because it's more saturated, but still. Um, Nonetheless, like if I'm here, if I'm just scrolling through, some of them are just gonna stand out because of the colors, and some of them are just gonna stand out because of the content. But the colors and the shapes are gonna be the first thing that I'm noticing most of the times, just because it's the first thing that the brain will recognize. So I want this thing to be understood. Shit like this is a lot more complex to pull off, because it's been done 60,000 times, and you know, like so many times. I don't know how I would or what I would have done, um, in the sense that bubble as a word for the starting point, I don't think I would have gone with the AI bubble myself. Um, I think I would probably have gone with soap bubble and some pairs of cheeks in the soap, because that's something that is memorable and people will remember some ass. That is not true. Um, but you know, you'd be remembered. You'd be remembered. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what I would have gone for. I love this, by the way. This is a bit of a side thing. We've talked about it before, but I love this thing. Same here. This one is cute as fuck. They like a bubble would have probably been with a soap bubble, and I would have probably looked through all of the pictures that I have taken in the past 5 years, and you know, made sure to find one that has like soap bubble and something in there to just use as a reference. Um, but I get it. I get it. It's not the easiest thing to do. It is not. Anyways, anyways, I think I'm gonna send you to Clark at some point. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Clark is just starting. Have a good gym time. Have a good gym time. I hope the timing would be good. Timing could be good, but we haven't rated Clark in a bit. Um, so we'll see how that goes. Let me also do that for safety reasons. For safety reasons, it's gonna be fine. Um, but yeah, I had other things, but I don't have like a lot of stuff. Um, then for you specifically, I don't think I have like a ton of things that are necessary. I think you need the quote section in the code, and you need the footer section as well, so that you have the complete website, and then you can just put on content in there, um, and hope for the best. But yeah, I think other than that, it's gonna be pretty good. The I think you still need something at the top that showcase your work, or at least some things from your work, and I'm sure you can find a solution. Um, but since it's as far as I remember, it's not like a portfolio. It's mostly a personal website slash portfolio, kinda. In which case, you know, it can be whatever the fuck you want. You don't need to have like work at the top. It can be a presentation of you at the top, and then something else underneath. It really depends. It really depends. So you know, I'm sending you there. It makes sense. He's still in the fucking starting soon screen, so I don't know how that goes. But yeah, join us for the raid. As always, highly appreciated. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord as that there. I will answer when I can. That's the plan. If you have a big ass perfume collection like myself, use that. If you have a big ass link collection like myself, use that. And yeah, if you want to learn Japanese, can is pretty cool. Not gonna deny that. I'm not gonna deny that. But but yeah, I will be back on Monday if all goes well. I'll see if we have some news about the client and some stuff, the direction in which we're going. Clark has just stopped the starting soon screen, which is good, and now is doing the goofy thing at the beginning. So that's gonna be fun. As always, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll see you on Monday, and yeah, have fun. Bye.